thought we were underwater. Since when are we not underwater? Did I load the wrong save? No? No, that seems like the right save. How are we not underwater? Sup, my fellow Enigma. I gave him the wrong voice. Sup. Didn't... I don't find it... I don't find you that difficult to comprehend. That's what they all think. How's it going? Hopping? Running? Moderately. Why? My tavern and I are doing well, but we were hit by a tsunami yesterday. I'm glad I can provide comfort to everyone in these trying times, but I also wish they were a little less turbulent. Boo. Spoken like a true politician. Commit to one extreme. I'm committing to honesty. Yeah, right. Good one. But a tsunami, huh? That's what... Yeah. So that's what that was. Cool. Haha. Sucks that I was busy playing a round of Magic the Scattering. Made me miss the whole thing. I would have loved to surf those waves. He's actually playing a tiny violin with his fingers. I did not notice that. I'm sure you would have had a grand old time. Maybe next flood. You think I should start the next one on purpose? No. Oh, come on. The place has made you lame. I'd like my tavern to keep standing. And the people around it as well. Like I said, lame. You got anything interesting to say? Yeah, I have an interesting question. Shoot. Have you seen Melly anywhere? She's gone missing. Oh, the pocket-sized detective. Sure did. Several times even. Were any of them recently? Would say so. Think the last time was 2 days ago. I was chilling in the moon swamp. Had just tested out that witch's spa. Good old boy recommended. Met some lost travelers on the way back and was giving them the conversation of their lives. When that cat rudely interrupted my business pitch. Made them run off without a single handshake, little snitch. What were you selling? Hair growth cocktails inspired by your little things. You drink them, your hair grows. Fast? Well, fast, smashed, past. It'll grow, eventually. You just gotta have some patience. I see, so you're selling water. Basically. So, Melly at the Moon Swamp. Where exactly did you see her? On my way to the moon pools. Ah. Where the paths diverge and nature tries to lead you astray from its shimmering reflections in the water? Isn't that near one of the Twilight Chasm portals? Oh yeah, that means she got a fresh opportunity to go surfing. Good for her. What a positive outlook on things. Always good to have one of those. After all that matters in life is fun, right? I don't know about that. Life is full of many beautiful and important things. And not all of them are fun. They should be, at least for me. Don't care what you're up to. Speaking of fun, been wondering, do you think I should explore the Twilight Chasm? Do you want to? Ish. Sounds exciting, especially since I've never been there before. They say it's just like Avalon, but reserved with a different color scheme and all that. Okay. Do you enjoy Avalon? Sometimes. Haven't been home in ages, let me tell you. As those portals opened up, I was out of there. Running from pesky consequences, are we? You got it. Been wondering what a nightmare version of Gaia looks like. That's what they call it, right? Avalon's the dream, the Twilight Chasm's the nightmare, Gaia's like waking up. Probably doesn't look too different from Sea Isle Court, am I right? Couldn't tell you. Never been to court. So you claim. But I know a fellow scam artist when I see one. In the mirror? Oh, you think you're funny, don't ya? Well, you're hilarious. High five, bud. No. Bummer. Anyways, with your obviously non-existent but hypothetical plane traveling experience, do you think I should take a trip to the horrors of memory and melancholia? Sure. Enjoy. It sounds very exciting. Who knows what you'll find? Maybe the answers you seek. I'm not seeking any answers. I already know what I want. Then maybe you'll find the right questions. You're so weird. You know that, right? That makes two of us. You got me there. Fascinating advice, innkeeper. If I cared more, I'd probably say it says something about you. I mean, I did say it, so lucky for you. This is already boring me. Okay. Then how about a drink to keep you with me a little longer? We're on the same wavelength today, dude. Hit me with one of those. Something for those waves in my brain, so you can keep my interest a little longer. I'll mix up something real quick. Are you sure you want to turn your back to this guy? Are we sure we want to give him a swift boost? There. Let's give him a sparkling nebula. There. No. No. That'll do. One sparkling nebula coming up. There you are. Quick-witted and mischievous, just like you. Sick. This is lit. I'll give you that. Thank you. Baya! Hey, my girl. Welcome back, Baya.
Oh, thank you.
How was your road trip?
It was good. We stopped by my spa and did mud masks.
And did you help them find a way back home?
Yes. We saw a lot of weird fishies and dreams filled with red. It was terrifying, but it was fun. We even got to explore the gruesome mangrove. The nice ghost even gave me her sunglasses.
They're cool. What else is up?
The sky, the sun, but no stars.
And some trees.
The trees are in the middle.
Not to an ant.
The ants are so cute. Do you have any ants?
Not on me.
And you any ants?
Not at the moment. Sorry.
Oh, no ants.
Can I offer you a drink as an apology?
Yes, make me feel like a little nimble ant.
Ant potion. Got it. So you want a swifty thingy. Yes? Swifty thingy. Something with 3 to swifties. That'll work. We have another 3 to swifties. Just that one. That'll work. Okie dokie. Yeah. There we go. One swift strike coming up. Here, for my favorite pseudo ant.
Oh, this is so tasty. Oh, I want to look up at the trees now.
I'm sure they'll seem taller. Can I do anything else for you?
Yes, several things.
Have you been handing...
Have you been handing out my coupons?
I have. Just recently I gave some to Voy. Have people been dropping by?
Oh, they have. And they're really nice. The mud masks are the most popular. And the flowers. Grace said my flower bracelets are her favorite.
They must be glorious.
I'm making new ones just for her.
She'll love that.
I hope so. Second thing, are you okay?
Um, Interesting that Bai is checking in on me. Most people don't. But I'm a bit distraught. The other day really did a number on me. I'm trying to stay positive, but I can't say I feel the best.
Oh no, well, that's awful. Do you want extra coupons or flowers? Or flower coupons?
I think your company will be quite enough.
Oh, nice. But what about lotus flowers?
I do love lotus flowers, they're pretty.
I brought you some in case I needed to cheer you up.
Oh, for me?
Yes. They're special flowers.
I've heard they're Ur's favorite, and they bless you with their protection.
They also make you feel nimble, like an ant.
Thank you very much, Baya.
I've been wanting to check in on people. I really enjoyed the flood. But I thought about when the banshee told Mari and me that some people don't like drowning.
Correct, most people are not a fan of drowning.
I hope I can cheer them up a little.
You're really cheering me up.
How I come?
Yeah, I was bored. Now I'm having fun. Cheering up quest succeeded. I also have some questions.
Ask me!
Have you seen Melly anywhere in your swamp? The small cat Vulcan? She might have been investigating your flowers?
No, I didn't see a cat anywhere. But I was also very busy tending to my sniffling willows. They need a lot of love.
I see. How's your swamp doing?
Good! It's so wet now. There are so many new interesting critters and plants.
What kind of new plants? Those with teeth?
Some have teeth, some have eyes and spikes, and haunting spirals of long forgotten mistakes.
Sick. I gotta check those out.
They're nice. They speak just a little, just like little horrible critters.
You're one of those people who can talk to plants?
Yes?
How are they doing? The plants, I mean.
Depends on the plant. But they're all very loud at the moment. They love water. They hate water. They complain about the onslaught of the undead. They're ambivalent about the water.
What was that?
Ambivalent? It means they don't care, but they still want to say something about it.
No, the undead?
Oh, yeah, the trees from the Pale Woods are very upset. They say that the squeaky undead keep chewing at their roots and bark and leaves.
And their brains.
No, they can't reach those. But there's a lot of them. Maybe soon they'll learn how to climb or fly.
In the Pale Woods? Never been there before. Is it a good hangout spot?
I don't think so. It's dry. But maybe the undead like the dryness.
I think they'd prefer bogs.
Everyone should.
Agreed. Hey, Baya, can you show me those Twilight Chasm plants? I would love to taste test them.
Yes, yes. But please, you have to help me hand out coupons first.
Do I have to?
Please.
Fine. Only because I'm getting bored again.
Hooray! And please keep handing them out to people who need cheering up and keeper. Including yourself. Take a spa day, you seem like you'll need it.
Ooh, a spa day does sound lovely. Will do. Have fun, you two.
Oh, thank you.
Well, at least I finally read the letter. Hey, Fable. How's it going? All fine and dandy? Oh, what was their voice? They had the cute little voice thing. Oh, all fine and tired. Not, not so fine. Actually, not so fine. How come? Oh, well, the city is a mess. So is the Grove. And Themis and Tiergrin? We still don't know exactly what happened. Or how. There's the undead problem, not too far from us. Cyril said it's pretty grave. And no one has seen Molly in days. A lot of people are worried, and a lot of people also just aren't. Ona told me not to worry either, but it's hard. Yes, oh, very. Oh, I just want everyone to be safe. I want to fix this, whatever this is. Fable, I know everything's a lot right now. Especially since this is the first wave of adventures that you've ever faced. Pun unintended. Sorry. But Una isn't wrong. A little less worrying wouldn't hurt. I'm sure it's not as bad as it feels right now. Sure, it's unpleasant, but worse things have happened. And we've always been fine. Maybe it's just nature, or the dragons are carving change. There's nothing we can do about it. There's always something we can do. You taught me that. Fair enough. Sometimes things sort themselves out too. It's quite pleasant to wait occasionally. I just wish I could do more. I understand. How about a drink? That's something I can do for you. Not right now, I think. Hey, Kumo. Hey! You look stressed. Stressed? Why? What makes you say that? I'm good. I'm fine. Everything's great. What's wrong? Nothing's wrong. Everything's awesome. If you're saying it like that, something must be terribly wrong. How about a drink? A little help for telling us what's going on? Sure. Did he find Molly and is it bad news? That's it, isn't it? He found Molly and it's very bad news. found Molly, and it's not great. Sorry, whoops, wrong one. I meant to grab this one. And then this one. What's going on, bud? Talk to me. I hope this helps with the word vomit. It does. A little bit. Thank you. Anytime. So, what happened? Nothing. Really. Much at all. I was just taking a stroll, trying to find Melina. Checking on the people Fable asked me to check in on. Well, thank you for that. Yeah. After you helped calm me down last night, I'm glad I could help. So I was, taking a walk around the outskirts of Themis. A walk is good, right? Right. So good. I even came across new people. A lot of them are echoes. Did you talk to them? Of course not. I expected nothing less. That's peculiar, though. There aren't a lot of echoes on Gaia. There are now. Apparently the flood brought in a lot of primordial refugees. Not everyone's comfortable being submerged in water, after all. And they say the Leviathan's plane is a mess right now. Oh, well, I hope everyone has a place to stay. They're looking for places for sure. Some merchants are even offering them rides around the Phasma and beyond. Lake Barkham, for example, which they advertised as the perfect vacation spot. It is. It's right by the Phasma and Sea. Very popular with travelers and retirees. I believe Una lives there currently, when she's not bothering me at my tavern. Awesome. I bet it's great there. I bet you can relax like nowhere else. What's going on, Kumo? Nothing. Nothing at all. It's just my parents taking a casual trip to Borkham. Your parents? Well, like, their ghosts? Was Turret also flooded? Unlikely. I don't think souls can leave the upper world so easily. You're right. It would be difficult for ghosts to make it out of Turret into a mocktail bar. But being Guy and Taurus is a lot easier to do when you're not actually dead. Oh! So all this time he thought his parents were dead and instead he was just an abandoned kid? I'm sorry, Kumo. I'm sorry to ask this of you, but you might have to elaborate a little bit more. He was abandoned. His parents aren't dead. He thought they died in a fire, but they weren't. But they didn't. They just pieced out and left him. They abandoned him. It's simple. My parents aren't dead. I saw them with the merchants near Themis booking a carriage and all-inclusive boat journey to Borkham. They were going on about how they had a positive outlook on having to leave the primordial sea. How it was like a free vacation, a blessing in disguise. Good for them. But, well, didn't you see them die? No. I just saw the burning village and couldn't find them anywhere. That foolish conclusion was all mine. So they didn't die, they just left. Yes. Oh. I'm sorry. It's a new kind of awful for sure. How stupid of me to think them dead. Shouldn't have thought that that only the claws of Torrid could make them leave me. You should have. They're your parents. They should never have abandoned you. Well, they did. Indeed. So what now? I'm not sure. I don't know what to do. Well, do you want to talk about it? No, not right now. Kumo, maybe. Anyway, you found Melina yet? Not yet, but Inko saw her last at the Moon Swamp. What? About 2 days ago. But there was a Twilight Chasm portal there, where the dragon-cursed flood started. Indeed. Did Baya see her? No, she didn't. That's great. That's awesome. That's even better. You said awesome an alarming number of times. Because this is all so awesome. I'll keep looking for her. There's not a lot you can do without leaving your tavern except... Innkeeper, please, I beg of you, put out a quest to find Melly. Right now I need to figure out what to do about my parents before they disappear again. I don't know how much time I'll have. She needs to be safe, but I can't go myself. We need to find her. Please, help me find her. I don't exactly have enough information yet, but I'll make sure to find out more and make a quest. And I'll put it up immediately. Thank you. I hope someone will find her. We will. I promise you. I believe you. I will... I have to go think. Good luck with that. I'll see you soon. Yeah, don't burn down. Your tavern, I mean. Don't burn down your tavern. I'll try not to. Someone's worried. Well, of course he is. Do you really think Melly is okay? I hope so. But I'm a little worried too. She was very close to the portal. And that was very close to the tidal waves. Yes. And maybe whoever started them. We don't know if anyone started them. We don't. Are Tia and Clay back? Not yet. wherever and however she is. Whether she's just watching the sky or trying to unravel a mystery, she might need help. So, please give me that quest. Pardon? Please, give me that quest right now so I can find her. It's not done. That's all right. I already know both of the rumors, and I know Mally well. I think I have enough information to find her, and well, I don't think we have time to be pandemic right now. There's a certain way things have to be done. Your way? Yes, I'm sorry, but it's how things are. Because you made them that way! Oh, no, I'm good with giving it to you. I'm good. Fable, listen, if you rush into this, you'll be putting both Melly and yourself in danger. You just said you were worried too, and you want me to do nothing? Well, weren't you encouraging me to go on more adventures just a week ago? Or are you only okay with me leaving when it's something as small as snails? No, I'm good. I just think something like the flood must have been caused by a massive force. Whether worrisome, purposeful, or neither, it's certainly not harmless. And you don't have a lot of experience with adventures like this. Or with different planes. What if she's in the Twilight Chasm? You need to level up before you stand a chance against true nightmares. Maybe we can get another quest from the farmers? Your fields must have taken a lot of damage. Kumo needs cheering up too. Don't patronize me! I simply don't think you're ready for this one. Why are you being like this? You always say I should get out of my comfort zone. You encourage me to change, to grow stronger and braver. And now that I do, it's suddenly wrong. I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm saying the timing isn't right. And why do you get to decide what my timing is? Why should I leave my comfort zone? But once something is out of yours, it's a mistake? Things aren't that simple. I know. I've lived for over 100 years. I know that things aren't that simple. I also know that they don't change by pretending they aren't. By pretending they aren't there. Or by pretending they're not missing. Think what you might. The quest hasn't been put up yet, so it cannot be taken. I don't need some sheet of parchment to find her. Just make me a drink. I mean, I don't want to tell them no, right? But my choices are no or think about this, so I'm just going to go with think about this. You might damn both of you this way. You're going to look for someone no one is seen in several days after a giant disaster. She could be anywhere, including in a realm of nightmares you know nothing about. You've never even encountered bleak stalkers, and they'd be the least of your worries there. There are adventurers here who'd faced things worse than this, who will have a much higher chance of bringing her back safely, along with themselves. Is this your way of saying you won't make me a drink? Just let it go. Let someone else handle it. so they can get hurt instead of me. That's not what I said. But it's what you meant. You don't know what's awaiting you out there. But you do? I don't like either of these options. Because of course not is like, you don't know what's awaiting you out there, but you do. Well, of course I don't know. Well, then why are you telling me not to go? Is the natural answer to that. Well, if I go with, of course not, well, then the natural answer is, well, then you can't tell me not to go. Right? But please just stay. Well, the natural answer to that is no. No! Why should I stay when she is missing? You don't know what could have happened to her. So it's like, I don't like either of these, but please just stay is probably the most. You can't keep me here forever. Why not? Because I've made up my mind. And I've made up mine. I'm not giving you the quest, and I'm not giving you a drink. Okay, I don't need a drink. Don't be ridiculous. Going on adventures without my help is a reckless beast. Foolish at worst. I'm not going to sit around and wait while other people suffer. Not if I have a chance to help them. I'm not like you. You're right. You're not. You have no idea what you're getting yourself into. I know I'm going to find Melina. I don't care what it takes. And I'm not going to let anyone stop me. Not even you. Honestly, better way to handle this would have been, I'm not telling you not to take the quest. Here's what I would say. Ask somebody of a higher level to accompany you. Right? Like, talk to Lynn or Rhea if they're around. If they're not around, take a beat, wait for a day or two for them to get back. Wait for somebody of a higher level to come in and help you out. Right? That way you're still going on it and you can still lend a hand, but you're not going alone. That would probably be a better way to do this than just straight out telling them, no, you're not allowed. Fable. I mean, I think I was as honest as I could have been. I'm sure they'll be fine. If I know anything about Fable, they'll probably befriend the Twilight Chasm. Or bake it a cake. Sing it a song. Though I don't think the Twilight Chasm is the problem here. No, I don't want to think about that. Not sure what to do with those rumors now. Guess I'll just hang on to them. Well, I'd better close up for the day. Okay. Undead, maybe? Yeah, we're doing the undead. Vegan dead. The Pale Woods and its surrounding areas have been plagued by undead lately. First, undead snails scavenging crops, then humanoid cadavers gnawing away at the forest itself. The local plants can't catch a break. No one knows why they suddenly hunger for the local flora. Some brave adventurers preferably experienced with the exterminate should look into this. Okay. So at least we're no longer underwater, I guess? Oh, he is back, is he? Hello, brave adventurer. Welcome back to my tavern. Hello, innkeeper. How are you doing these past few days? How are you doing? These past few days have been quite eventful. I'm feeling so inspired. My first real adventure was so utterly exciting. I haven't stopped residing in my memories ever since we returned. And when I got home, I immediately started on writing everything down so I wouldn't forget anything. And it reads just like all those adventuring tables and books from my childhood. Sounds like you had a very good time. It's delightful to see you flourishing. Actually, I've been thinking about switching careers. Oh, how come? All these adventures, don't get me wrong, it's new and exciting. But instead of experiencing them myself, it might be better to tell the tales of those brave heroes and heroines around me. Creating stories is much more enjoyable than facing the dangers of adventuring myself. I'd like to note the others mention how much they loved listening to your stories. You're right! I think Theo would enjoy this idea as well. You think so? You seem very interested on the trip to Daria. Perhaps you might be onto something here. On another note, how about a drink to wind you down a little? Sure, why not? Any specific wishes? Surprise me with something that'll keep me focused on writing. Something to ward off distracting thoughts. Nothing easier than that. Oh, you say that. I am nothing but a distracting thought. Do we have something that, like, does 3 to shield and also some to intelligence? Not really. Because these are, like, my 3 to shield. Okay. We'll go with this one. One Frosted Lagoon coming up. A drink for the upcoming best-selling author. Very sweet of you. Thank you very much. This tastes absolutely delightful. I can already feel the words angling impatiently waiting to be written down. don't mention it. Always happy to help. Speaking of which, have you by any chance heard of Melina, the famous detective? As it happens, I have. You get to know quite a lot of people when you run a tavern, you know. Have you seen her recently? Sadly, not in a while, no. Last I saw her at least a week ago, if not two. How curious that you also know her. Meeting such a well-known detective is a fantastic source of inspiration and exciting stories. I've heard stories of her solving the case of the lost familiars in Zolford. Yeah, she solved the case alongside her trusty assistant. Oh, how inspiring! I'd love to tell her tale someday. Maybe I'll combine it with some of the rumors I've heard about this one mysterious place in southwest Aphasia. Oh, which one might that be? It's a wizard tower, a magical place full of puzzles, mysteries, and magic. I've heard tales of it harboring hundreds of books containing lost and forbidden knowledge. But that's not all. There are treasures of unfathomable value and magical trinkets as well. What an exciting thought for a young detective to stumble upon a place like that. Definitely a story I'd read. Promise to send me a copy, please. Oh, but of course, I'll deliver it to you myself. You know, even if we might be a few years apart, seeing her reminds me of my own childhood. Sure, the circumstances are completely different, and I was never allowed to wander off by myself, but she seemed a little lonely, just like me back then. Always looking for my own adventures, though she found them in the real world while I relied on books. But I'm glad she found an assistant to keep her company. The life of a detective can certainly be a lonely one. And you have Theodore by your side. Do you really think he counts me as an assistant? That's for you to decide. He definitely doubles as a friend. But I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but, well, Melly has been missing since the Twilight Flood. No! Tell me you're joking! Sadly not. Sorry. Oh, no. I hope she's alright. She's probably just investigating the cause of the flood. I'm thinking the same. She might be young, but she's really tough. I doubt even a flood this size would be a challenge for her. And then I'll trust your instincts. Kumo. How you doing, my man? Kumo, it's great to see you. I've solved it. Solved what? My parents' problem. I've solved it. How did you do that? Do I want to know? It's simple. I'm here to ask you to write hand out a quest for me. A quest to find them and to kill them. Sorry, did you say kill them? Bit extreme. Maybe you want to take a lap? Yes. Why do you want to kill your parents? Isn't it obvious? Can't say it is. Their death is what set me on a bleak path that is my life. It led me towards my destiny, my purpose, which would be stealing, revenge, edginess, darkness. Of course. Now they're back. It's messing up my aesthetic purpose. must take destiny back into my own hands. You know what? Look, being abandoned by your parents as a child is just as bad as their death, okay? If not, I don't think they need to die. Right? I don't think they need to die for this. I think instead of having your backstory be they burned alive in a fire when I was 7, you can just make a little alteration and be like, they abandoned me when I was 7 and I thought they had burned to death and I rediscovered them when I was in my, I'm going to say 20s. When I was in my 20s, I discovered that they had abandoned me instead. You know, that works too. That works just as well for your whole aesthetic thing. Okay? They don't need to die. I think that's a little extreme. Being abandoned is just as bad. It works for your aesthetic. It works for the whole dark and brooding thing. Talking doesn't solve anything. Might make you feel a little better and less murderous. No. I must embrace who I am, and for that, they must die. So please, a quest. Have it done. Quickly. As you wish. Set it up for you. Thank you. I shall leave it to you. Before you go, how about a drink for the road? Maybe one that'll have you talking about something other than killing your parents? Yes. I shouldn't allow them a warning, so I must be deceitful about my feelings. I'll see what I can do for you. Yeah, he do like the charisma thing. Yeah. We're just gonna give you 1,000 wins. And maybe a honeyflower. Honeyflower sounds like something that's nice and calming. Honeyflower sounds nice and calming, does it not? Maybe this will help your heart a little? Feels nice. Really warm. Like a hug. Do you need a hug, Kumo? I need to go. Rather than stay safe out there, Kumo, you know how you've been kind of interested in Fable? You need to know something. Fable went after Melly. You need to know that Fable went after Melly. I tried to convince them not to. I tried to tell them that they were a little bit underleveled for that quest, but they just refused, and they went after Melly alone. So Fable is somewhere in the Twilight Woods. You might need to address that situation quickly. That might be a situation you might want to be apprised of. I'm just saying, because not only does he deeply care for Melly, he deeply cares for Fable. So the two people he cares most about in the world are somewhere in the Twilight Woods. And they are both way too underleveled to be out there alone. This might be a situation we might want to apprise him of. Just say it. Sure. And Kumo? Yes. Have you talked to Fable? Thank you! Yesterday. Yeah, they left to find Melly. I see. Well, good luck with your parents, I guess. Don't need luck. I need vengeance. Okay, well, at least Fable told him. So, does he need help? Do you want to help him kill their parents? Pardon me? No, of course not. I meant psychological help. Yeah, probably. They don't look like they're doing too well, if I might say. He's always quite broody and mysterious, but their parents being alive really threw them off track. You wouldn't think that's a bad thing, really. And now they want to kill them just because it doesn't fit the backstory they came up with? This is the possibility for a happy ending to an otherwise dark story. Please don't tell me you're actually going to set up a quest to assassinate them. But I'm your innkeeper to this tavern. I'm just following Kumo's wishes. I would have expected you to have a little more backbone, or moral standards, so to speak. So you're sure about Melina's well-being, and even calmed me. You were so sure about Melina's well-being, and even calmed me down. I can't believe you'd offer such a violent solution. I tried not to! I tried to stop him. But I don't think I can get them to talk to their parents right now. You heard them. And that's exactly why there's still hope. Wait, I don't think I understand. Kumo won't take on the quest himself. So there'll still be someone else that can talk to his parents. That sounds like a really questionable plan, if I may say so. It'll work out. I'm sure of it. Most likely it'll be a very difficult quest. Especially not if you know your way with words. As a nobleman like you would, for example. Oh. Well, I'm still certain this isn't a quest for me, even though I could probably do it. What if the situation actually escalates into violence? I wouldn't know what to do. No pressure. I just wanted to make an offer. Do you want a different quest then? Weren't you listening? I don't think I want to be an adventurer anymore. Hearing Kumo just now has amplified my doubts. I never want to have to kill anyone ever again. Being a murderer is not how I envision my life to be. Of course not. But I also don't know in what direction my life is headed from now on. My heart is still so full of excitement after my last adventure. This might only be a tale, but there's this place of infinite knowledge. Oh? Are you by any chance talking about the subterranean caverns of the plane of Ur? I've read so many stories about them. A hidden yet wondrous place. Though I really doubt a guide mortal like me could ever walk there. But I've heard you can get there through the Twilight Chasm. Innkeeper, do you think that's true? There's a portal to Earth somewhere in the Twilight Chasm? I'm not sure you should be going. Like, if we didn't want, Fable to go there alone, I don't think we want this dude going there alone. Unlikely. Then again, the Twilight Realm arose from Ur's dream. Who knows what powers they might have. Oh, just thinking about the caves makes my heart beat faster and my fingertips itch. Maybe I should write a little story about them. Time to write down some keywords or I might lose my ideas. You know, I don't think you need Ur to lead you. Your heart already knows what it wants to do. Do you really think so? Yes. It's quite obvious, actually. How about you go write down those keywords now? This might already be an upcoming bestseller. Oh, you really are a sweet talker, aren't you? Thank you for your advice. Goodbye, innkeeper! Until next time, Archie. Oh, yeah, see, I would have waited to see if Lynn... I really would have wanted to send Lynn out. I would have asked, like, Fable to take Lynn with him or something. Hang on one quick second. There we go. Sorry. Nose is all stuffy with some of the voices I'm doing. Makes it a little harder. Good evening, Cyrilyn. Evening. Is boredom already caught up with you again? It's always on my trail. Guessing this quest is still free. Not for much longer, it seems. Haven't had enough of the undead yet. I've still got practice with him now. I've got practice with him now. Might as well make some use of it. Fair enough. I thought you'd be looking for Melly instead. Can't say I'm not worried about that little gal. But Fable is already on it. I trust him. Should you not be accompanying Fable? And I trust Melly too. To come back, I mean. She promised me we'd see each other again soon. I'm learning to believe in people's words. You should too. Words are empty, actions are loud. Trust is a scary thing. I don't see trust as scary, but words can be hollow when not backed up by action. And you're more annoying than some hungry undead critter. And you're a pessimist. Good thing you'll soon be exchanging me for some fresh zombies. Ugh, I guess. I also got to check up on my cousin. Those undead snails are sounding a lot more concerning right now. At least they're even slower than the regular undead? Ugh, very calming. Thanks. Want to take Archie along again? He might be the calming presence you're seeking. Under the circumstances, no. What if you get bored? He's very good. Yeah, he has very good stories to tell. Shut up. How will we talk about what drink you want then? Ugh. Hello. Well, dearie me, my dearest acquaintances. Innkeeper Dame Sherilyn. Innkeeper Dame Sherilyn. You both look radiant today. What are we radiating? I shan't say it, as it would be too rude. How polite of you. How are you doing, Scully? Just wonderful. Yesterday I had the most delightful tea party with Sir Alphonse and Lady Frostgrip. Alphonse and I were able to learn so much about the times we've missed, thanks to the young blacksmith prodigy. This world truly is an exciting and beautiful one. And by tomorrow the vampires will have forgotten all about it. But that merely means he'll get to remember it again. How marvelous! The endless pursuit of learning is a wonder in and of itself. Speaking of learning, if you'll allow me, I'd like to learn how you're doing on this fine day of ours, Dame Sherilyn. You look a little upset, and I would hate to be intruding on your space. Just exhausted by all of these people and their constant talking. You're good, though. Ain't your fault. Ah, I understand. The social aspects of life can be exhausting, as they come with so many rules and obstacles one must traverse. But throughout this overwhelming obstacle course of mortal interactions, we can find many magnificent treasures. And all of them make these efforts worthwhile. Like vests. I was thinking about friends, but Quest 2. Are you heading out on one? Yes. What's its cause? An unusual amount of undead creatures are haunting Phasia lately. Especially near the Pale Woods. Cyrilyn's going to check on that. An undead gathering in the Pale Woods? But why so? Is it a convention, perhaps? Nah, sounds more like the violent type of crowd. Oh, unfortunate. It does seem that this sentiment is common amongst my compatriots. Sense and sensibilities are often lost when you're ripped from the afterlife without your soul attached to your body. You don't have a soul? You got a lot of personality for that to be true. That's very kind of you to say, but I'm afraid I'm a mere fragment of my former self. Maybe you'll find your way back to yourself one day. Opportunity to find a new self, then? Oh, both of these are good. Eeny, meeny, chili, beanie. I don't know which one to say. I guess we're gonna pick this one. Oh, what a sweet promise. Still, it's strange to have everything you once forgotten. To have everything you once were forgotten. How can you be forgotten if you're here? We will remember you as you are now, as I'm sure people did for your former self. I hope I shall grow into a pleasant memory as well. Into a pleasant memory, then, as well as a pleasant presence. You already are. That makes my non-present soul very happy to hear. Dame Sherilyn, would you mind me tagging along on your quest? Sounds like a haven of fascinating research. I have not been able to indulge in the pastime for a long time. Sure, come along. A skeleton would be a great help in wiping out a bunch of undead. Wiping out? By no means should that be our approach. Why we should study them, or better yet, strike up a civilized conversation. With enough charisma, I'm certain we can remind them of their mortal consciences. Don't be ridiculous. They'll rip us apart. We can simply ask the innkeeper for some additional defense, in case they need some... in case they need some initial convincing. I could offer you some frost armor to go with that. A few frozen pine cones here and there, and you'll have a little more of a buffer if your words don't take hold. Excellent idea! Or if we just fight them, smash their bones together until they stop moving. No offense, Scully. None taken, though I believe the cleverer approach would be to rely on speed. Unawakened undead are rather slow, so we should embrace this possible advantage. Dexterity, then, and defense. You were right on track with that one. May I suggest adding some Morganite lotus flowers to this combination? Much like citrine, it will bless your weapon strikes and lend you some of the power of the great dragons. The undead are incredibly vulnerable to holy attacks. Indeed we are! The power of the dragons is a difficult one to harness. I'm impressed by your capabilities, Innkeeper. I think your delight should be aimed towards the magical ingredients. To dilute them in such a way is quite a skill in itself. As he is choosing our approach to this, we shall leave this up to her, correct? Yeah, you figure it out, Innkeep. Some additional defense is a given, but should we focus on charisma or dexterity? And don't forget those wondrous infusions of yours, yes? I would never. I haven't actually gotten a chance to look at the lotus flowers and what they do. Okay, so they add defense and swifties. Okay. So we want something with high charisma and low defense. What do we have for that? Where's my charisma stuff? That would be one of you. 1,000 Winds would work. Thousand Winds or a Spoken Heart could do it. One of those. Okay, so it does a minus on Swifty. 1,000 Winds requires a Swifty, so let's go Spoken Heart. Spoken Heart does not require a Swifty. Okay. Yep. One Spoken Heart coming up. All right. I would think that not all of these souls or bodies are fully lost. If you can save even one of them, it'll be worth it. I couldn't agree more. Thank you for your faith in us, Innkeeper. Ugh. I guess I'll give him a chance. But if they start gnawing on your bond, I won't hold back. I'm counting on it. Come on, let's make some new friends. Enjoy your travels, your conversations, and your battles. Oh boy, we've got new quests. Um... Primordial Sea has flooded. The only solution to your parents faking your death is to hire a hitman. Certainly, fingers crossed, this will pass through youth protection. Our rogue's parents were washed ashore by the Twilight's flood. Okay. So, Great Axe of Ur. Missing Wizard. Cerulean's Greatsword. Wondrous Plain. Primordial Sea. I don't see anything else on his parents, right? Stranger has come to town. He likes plum crepes and spooky armor. Don't think that's what we're looking for. Legends or circles say the first flame Leviathan bestowed upon mankind still burns in the Temple Highlands. Wizard Tower full of loot. No. Capital is wrapped in roots. No. Primordial Sea flooded by the chasm? Yeah, okay. The Twilight Flood brought more to the Phasm than just the waters of the Primordial Sea. In particular, two long-lost air echoes who had faked their own death and abandoned their only child. Now their kid is out for revenge and longs to have them killed, as the fate of their tragic backstories wills it. These renegade parents were last seen in Bookeram, near the Warden Sea, and so any bounty hunter should probably start there. So what's the other quest we're making then? Plain of Ur through the Twilight Chasm. I'm thinking it's that. No. Maybe it's the wizard? Right? The wizard from Morganine has abandoned his tower. The wizard's location is unknown, but he seems to be gone for good. Missing Wizard of Morlaix has always enjoyed puzzles, traps, and trickery. Or is it these, right? Great Axe of Ur. Right? The Legends of Ur. The Great Axe of Ur? Oh, and that's a Leviathan. Okay. So let's say it's the wizard. And a wizard tower. Okay, so it's the wizard tower. The Wizard of Morley has abandoned his tower on, well, Morley, a small island near Nereidif and Dalwell. As is custom for a wizard's tower, it's said to be full of alluring treasures, gold, magic items, forbidden knowledge, and spells. Anything your looting heart desires. But be warned, the wizard is well known to have loved puzzles, mischief, and contraptions. So don't forget to check for traps. I'm guessing game is close to over when we're like out of rumors. Jade. You know, your quests are getting weirder by the day. I mean, no one's forcing you to take that one. Unless you have one on basilisk swarms waiting in the back. I think I'm good with this one. No basilisks, I'm afraid. Eager to kill some parental figures? You know it. Speaking of family, you haven't brought your sister by in a while. How is she? Don't know. We no longer speak. How do I know? Oh, I didn't know that. You two were unbeatable when it came to bar fights. Yeah, I love her, but she became a little too much like our parents. So, I need to love her from afar. Oh, I get that. Or I wouldn't be loving myself very much. Sorry to hear that. Cutting her off must have hurt a lot. Must still hurt a lot. I've come to terms with it. Came out stronger in the end. It's all I could do. I mean, I didn't cut my family off, but like, my sisters and I do better from a distance. We just, you know, have decided we're better off if we don't, like, live in the same house. It's fine. Maybe, but wounds stay, don't they? People wound you. That's what they do. They can also heal you. Huh. That's a false sense of security. Eventually, it all falls away. Not everyone is doomed to become your enemy, including yourself. And I think you're doomed to say the weirdest things possible whenever you get the chance. It's a blessing, not a curse. If you want to see it that way. This rogue guy, got any siblings? Not that we know of. Their parents kind of faked their death, abandoned him when he was very young. They haven't exactly been writing postcards. I guess no one would handle that very well. What would you think about the whole killing them measure? Adds up to me. It does. Yeah. Not like they ever faced any real consequences for being buttheads. Anyway, falls on the kids, doesn't it? And you think being murdered is an appropriate consequence? Not about what I think. I'm just taking a job. Right, but I was thinking, think less. Or rather, think about what you're gonna fix, what you're gonna mix for me instead. So, you're not even hesitating. I'm a bounty hunter, innkeeper. Of monsters, I assumed. Not all monsters look unlike us. I thought you don't do charity. I don't. I expect hefty payment by the end of this. That thief must have some jewels stored away somewhere, right? I see. So, drinks. Drinks, of course. Murder. How would you like to approach it? With a lot of force. I don't know how strong they are, but I need to be stronger. Maybe some defense in the mix would be good too, if their attack pattern turns out to be more complex than you thought. Oh, maybe some defense. Okay. It seems like you do listen to me sometimes. Your stories of fighting migraines and I want to say migraines and three-headed antelopes are far too compelling to forget. I hope so. So, got any of those frozen pine cones lying around? The ones you gave me from the mountain. The ones you gave me for the mountain mimic. If those deadbeats picked up some primordial magic, I could use some elemental protection. Clever as always, Jade. Obviously. Plus, that frost armor is pretty cool. Luckily for you, and luckily for you and your coolness factor. No. You and your health. I got a big shipment of them in last month. Cool. I'll take some of those then. They're not contending with another approach. No. Unless... I guess there's another way. Is there? Listen, some things are unfixable. I saw both of my legs off before I'd ever talk to my folks again. But this wound is fresh. It could be possible to delay the inevitable. I could convince him to leave, scare them off, banish them somewhere where they can't hurt him. That way he can find them later if he ever changes his mind. Maybe the thrift isn't completely irreparable after all. Sounds like you're asking for some charisma and some speed. Should hurry up before he does anything drastic himself. Yep, some dexterity might help too. You never know how they could react. Might have to dodge some blows. Might have to. You got any of that inspiration garbage lying around? I'm not so good with words when it comes to situations like this. And I might have to inspire them to be less awful. I could offer you either thunder sage or honey flowers. Whatever flavor you prefer. You choose. About it all. Charisma, dexterity, inspiration. It's the less violent route, but it's not what he asked for. So, I won't complain about a strength and defense mix either, as long as you throw in the frost armor. I think my decision about this would be tainted by my own experiences, so please, a little help. Always, Jade. Thank you for asking. And make sure you leave Onyx some leftovers. She's thirsty. Alright. We're going charisma. I lean towards the non-violent options wherever possible. I do tend to lean towards the non-violent options. So it would be 1,000 wins then. Yeah. Because she wanted like a bit of defense as well. I know it's not on the order, but it could be helpful. Because the order is 1, maybe 2. To Swift, 3 to Charisma. Right? Yeah. 1,000 wins it is. Give me a honey flower. Little defense. Brainy head up. There. Give her 1,000 wins. Let's just scare him out. Maybe this cause isn't as lost as we think it is. If they can't be reasoned with, I can always trick them and kill them that way, yes. But I guess I'll try talking first. Let's hope this is the right choice. Don't you trust me? You wish. Don't forget to fill me in on your success. If you have any charisma left, if I have any charisma left in me, you'll be sure to hear all about it. Until then, don't tell him what I'm doing. I shall keep the secret between us. You do love those. Typical Fae, I guess. I don't take too many names while I'm gone. I wouldn't dream of it. So I'm Fae? Okay. Nah, man. Gotta be careful with that ethereal bamboo. I mean, it's super cool and all, but if you cut it the wrong way, it's gonna charge up and whoosh! Gone you are, sucked into the ethereal weave. Oh, well. You know, like those fishes that'll kill you if you cook them the wrong way. A fish? Yeah, they look like balls with spikes. Fugu? I don't know about the name though. You mean pufferfish? That? Whoa, wait. You're also here? Oh, fun. I sure am. You're looking fine. Nice drip. Thank you, Inko. Nico. Nico. Can we stay on topic, please? Topic? Right. So, I heard any type of vibration can trigger a small rift. It's like disturbing a sleeping dragon. Wrong move and the world's faltering and whatnot. So you're saying if I use my bow the wrong way, I could open a rift and be lost to the ethereal weave. Bet. It would suck big time, but yeah. Though, can't be entirely sure. I mean, what's the fun in knowing everything for sure? Don't be basic! Embrace the chaos! As long as you don't play any wrong notes, you should be fine. Nothing easier than that, especially under pressure. Especially then, I'm sure. Then you have nothing to worry about, friend. Might even come in handy one day. Person who made your instrument must have had at least, like, one thought about making it like that. They did. Many thoughts, actually. Good mythical morning, innkeeper. I know theopractically it's early afternoon, but who cares? Good theopractical morning, Hex. Almost there, you forgot the mythical. Good mythical theopractical morning. Better. Okay, listen up. I found this little leaflet on your notice board. And I saw you're finally sending someone out to investigate that abandoned wizard tower. And I just decided that someone is me. And I have been wanting to see what's up there for a while now. Talk about good timing. Did you say wizard? Did you say wizard tower? What's the tea? Well, there's an abandoned wizard tower near Niverdef, on a small island called Morla. Ah, the one with the worms. I think you can find worms in any ecosystem. That's what they want you to think. Sure. Either way, no one has seen the Wizard of Morley in quite some time. So they say. And I have been dying to know what might be hidden in this tower. I bet lots of explosives. I'm more hoping for scrolls of ancient magic and semi-cursed objects. Oh, and of course books of forgotten knowledge. Rumor has it he left behind quite the hoard of particular trinkets. Surely, after all, it states that his leaflet traps puzzles. It must be something very valuable hidden in there. Maybe even the key to immortality. Ah, he's looking for the key to immortality for his sister. Okay. Because he has an elf lifespan, but his sister has a human lifespan. So, like, his lifespan is going to be a couple hundred years, but hers is going to be like, maybe 80. So, he's very much, like, worried about the fact that she's going to die soon. Or they were bored. Admittedly, I don't design puzzles when I'm bored. I blow things up. I love when things go boom. Same. You know what? What? I think you should take me and Voy Boy along. Listen, you say trinkets and I'm all in. I mean, the entropy we'd create if we traveled as a trio would be immaculate. We'd be able to tackle the wizard puzzle and deadly traps with wits and violence! And music. And you have my lockpicks. And my Hilgum. My ethereal weave could even help. Ethereal bamboo, huh? An ethereal weave escape would only work with cadmium silk. Huh? The ghost spiders of cadmium use their silk to spin the weave. Good thing these strings are made of cadmium silk then. Great! Then we can use your Habicum and our plan C to escape. Should the wizard be at home after all, or foster any monsters in any traps, your Habicum will be our way out. by dipping into the ethereal weave? Don't worry, it's like dreaming. Or teleporting. You'll just have to find your way back out. We'll manage that. I am a master teleporter. Didn't his sister say he has trouble with teleportation? Back that turkey truck up. Didn't his sister say he has trouble with teleportation? And I'm sure our innkeeper friend here has the right drink for you. Perhaps something that will give you some brain cells. And quick reflexes, so I am hasty and can easily evade traps. Good. Good that I don't need to help with either. But you shouldn't. We be able to. But shouldn't we be able to fight back fiercely, in case something is lurking back in the tower? Lots of traps probably mean lots of fire, so fire resistance would be helpful too. Fighting sounds good. I'd love to kill something, but I hate making decisions. I think the innkeeper should decide what to make. Okay, so something strong to barrage and fight our way through the paired with fire resistance to survive lethal traps. Or something for our brains that gives us focus infused with haste. I'll see what I can do, but don't hold me responsible for whatever ends up happening. Oh, we would never. Ever. Okay. So, yeah, I'm probably gonna go with the non-lethal option. Brainy Head. So they want Brainy Head with a little swiftness, so that would be Silent Owl. Ooh, we could go Peak Sunrise. Or Sparkling Nebula. No, we can't do Sparkling Nebula because it doesn't have any swiftness. So, Peak Sunrise or Silent Owl. So, Silent Owl is a good balance of all three, really, right? Silent Owl has a little bit of combat, but it has mostly the thinky brainy head and the swiftness that they want. Right? There we go. One Silent Owl. It'll give them everything they want in one go. Here you go. Brains and quick reflexes with a side of fighting. With a side of strength. Thanks. I'm sure this will be for use. This will be of use for solving puzzles and evading traps. I'll be sad if not for one single thing explodes. Explosions could damage all the loot. But maybe afterward we could light a little fire. You know, what we should do. You know what we should do? But we should take Jade along. She'd defo be interested in the treasures too. An additional blade couldn't hurt. Any idea where we can find her in Keep? I'm afraid she's already on a quest, so probably nowhere nearby. That's fine. We'll poach her. Good luck. Good luck. Thank you. We shall return with a story worth telling. Can't wait. Bye, loser! Alright. Peace out. Still very worried about a bunch of people. It is definitely getting to be spring. It's like my nose is getting all stuffy. Allergies. Oh boy, you two are fun. Hello, Cape. Look what I found! Looks like a rare specimen of Archie to me. I'm one of a kind. Ah, you two know each other already. Yeah, of course you do. You know pretty much everybody in this city, huh? Of course I know him. He's quite a celebrity in town. Oh, I suppose I am. He's Zenith's most famous author. He even survived an assault by a horde of vicious undead. Author? I guess I really am an author. Yes. Bummer. And here I thought I could surprise you. How'd you two meet? I think he spotted me on the street. Must have thought I had a lot of stories to tell, so he asked me if he could write my biography. What a unique way to call someone old. But she does have a lot of stories to tell. Archie, how many manuscript topics do you want to collect before you actually finish something? Well, you see, it's always important to collect ideas. Life itself is the best source of inspiration for any artist. Look at him, he's so eager to write. I just can't refuse that look in his big sparkly eyes. Writing down ideas is so much fun. There's the magical detective story, Theo's and my adventure with the undead, and now there's Una's biography as well. It's all fantastic. I suppose you're right. Una, how come you want your biography to be written down? I don't really have a reason. I'm old, I've seen a lot of stuff. Would be sad if all that knowledge went to waste, right? It's not like you'll disappear any second now, is it? Of course not. I get it. A lot of terrible things have been happening lately. Don't be silly. We'll be fine. It's always nice to see most of your friends return during times like these. Most of them. Stuff like this happens every few decades. It's completely normal. If you say so. Are you gonna pay Archie accordingly, though? That's what I'm here for. I'ma pay him in drinks. And also could use a little refreshing drink myself. Gotcha. Anything specific you'd like today, Archie? Just the same as always. A drink to stay focused on my writing, to defend my brain against those distracting thoughts. Coming right up. Alright. You want something with defense and thinky brainy stuff. I think we determined we don't have something that does both defense and thinky brainy. Right? We do not. these are my only 3 defense. And none of them do thinky brainy stuff. Okay. This one does swift and charisma. This one. What about... Yeah. That'll work. Throw in a lotus flower. There we go. One first snow coming up. There you are, Archie. Here you go. A drink to boost your concentration. Oh, thank you very much, dear innkeeper. This is delicious. I can feel an irresistible itch in my fingertips already. Always happy to oblige. So, Una, what's it for you today? Yeah, maybe something that'll give me enough strength and energy to tell this whippersnapper every detail of my life. Yeah, that sounds about right. Alright, give me a quick second. I'll be back with your drink. You want strength and energy, so you want something strong in the strength department. So do we have something with strength and brainy head? Not really. We have a Southern Brawler that does charisma. Okay. There we go. Let's take that one. And that one. And then fill her up. There we go. 1 sailor's courage. Coming up. Some liquid stamina for the golden girl. Yeah, let's see if your skills are to be trusted and keep. Ooh. Archie, I hope you're ready for at least 600 pages. That's a lot. Yeah, but you already agreed, so you don't have a choice. And now, my dear Archibald, we begin with the writing. Thank you for the hospitality, innkeeper. I'll see you later. Goodbye, innkeeper. I'll remember to keep a copy of the book for you. Signed, please. Of course. Oh, very well. Bye, you two. Off you go. Ooh, you're back. Finally, my service beasts and I have returned. Welcome back, Minth. Good to see you, innkeeper. And surprisingly, your tavern's dry interior. I thought you might appreciate the dampness of almost everything nowadays. Maybe a little underwater, but wheels and mud don't mix. On land, I appreciate our structurally sound and smooth wood flooring much more than soggy alternatives. That bad? You would too. Just a few minutes past your tavern. Then you might get an idea of the things jammed in my spokes and smushed between the casket and Kane's toes. I'll pass. And besides, stories from my patrons are much more enjoyable. Speaking of, how did the Pearl Hunt go? Honestly, wasn't all too eventful. But before I go on, maybe I could do with one of your drinks, innkeeper. Something to keep my mind clear of any irrelevant distractions for the journey back. Let me see what I can do. I forgot, she's very southern. She's supposed to be very southern. We'll give her a peak sunrise, why not? I forgot how southern I had made her. There we go. One peak sunrise. Maybe this will inspire boundless creativity. Just what I needed. If only I had a boundless supply of this drink while writing at my desk. Unfortunately, my establishment doesn't do deliveries. What a shame. But before you go on, I actually have something else for you. And here I thought I'd have to needle you for it again. What a pleasant surprise. My favorite kind. Here, a completely proofread manuscript. I hope. I certainly hope it's completed. Since my retrieval and your proofreading have been such a long time in the making, yes. Right. Long in the making. You should probably wash that red ink off your hands before it stains your mugs. Oh, right. I was, editing my recipes all night. Crazy story, actually, for another time, that is. I see. I will say, it's good to have those papers back in my hands. May I inquire as to why you asked for them back now? I've decided to finally publish the book. What I have written about, it's very dear to my heart, and I'm happy to finally share my writing with the world. Mint the author has a nice ring to it. It'll be Mackenzie Cotton Pecan, actually. Very nice pen name. It was time I finally chose one, and something universal at that. Procrastination is a curse all of its own. Sure is. So about the pearls? Protection pearls, like I said, it wasn't too eventful. I had tea with the Banshee of the Lonesome Lagoon, and she traded me the pearls for objects of her desire. Mostly, I promised her a signed copy of the book. Good for her. You know, I've been meaning to ask, if I may. What do you use the pearls for, exactly? I know you're often looking for them, but I was never quite sure why. Well, I'm sure you remember the curse I was bestowed with. Yes, the curse parasitic rings that amplify your magic to a painful degree. Exactly, those. They caused a lot of issues for me and my body. Sometimes it feels like magic is eating away at me, slowly feasting on my organs and nerves. It's tearing me apart from the inside, and it gradually takes my health and life. The protection pearls help me keep the mana in check. They bring it down to manageable levels. It helps the pain a lot. So they're painkillers. So you're saying you turn pearls into a drink? Wonderful to see that that's your first solution to everything. Yes, on occasion, mostly I grind them into ink for my tattoo. Yes, on occasion. Mostly I grind them into ink for my tattoos. They're very versatile little beauties. I'm happy you could find some then. Now that I think about it, care to share? I'm sure they'd be great for my drinks. Not so fast. For most people, they just amplify mana to a ridiculous and dangerous degrees. And I don't want to be held responsible for the chaos your patrons could cause. However, maybe I could offer you something less extreme, but still energizing. Here. Is this your infamous coffee recipe? After all these years, you finally trust me with it? It's time. I think you can finally make it without poisoning someone. I'll do my best. Thank you, Mint. Perhaps it'll also help you keep your promises in time. Anyhow, I think we're due to take our leave. Need some ink? Something like that? Plus, I promised Casket and Kane I'd check if any primordial tennis balls got washed up by the flood. Baya might be able to make you some moss balls. What a perfect excuse to catch up with her. Is she around? More frequently recently. It's nice. A miracle she still comes around after you exorcised her favorite bog body. We were young and inexperienced. It happens. That it does. It was lovely to see you again, innkeeper. Likewise, best of luck on your journey. And don't forget to send me a copy of that book. If you promise not to forget about its existence this time, I'll do my very best. I know you will, friend. I know you will. All right then. So, who's coming in today? Ooh, they're here together. Jade, welcome back. Was your quest successful? When have I ever failed? Well, you do look surprisingly unbloodied. Also, hello, Kumo. Kumo? Who's Kumo? That guy. Did he change his name again? What's your name this week? New name, I'm guessing? No. No names here. Never had a name. Don't even know what names are. Am I just supposed to go along with that? You're supposed to make me a drink. Then we can talk. Fair enough. What can I get you? I've still got plans after this, but Onyx is pretty tired. So, give me something that'll get her to speed up with... that'll get her to keep up with my speed. If I'll let her have a sip. Anything for Onyx. So we want speed. Cursed coffee. Fun. Not what we need speed. Is Swift Strike still the only one we have that does speed? Yep. Okie dokie. That should do it, right? Yep, that'll do it. A drink for you, Onyx. And you, but mostly Onyx. Not too bad. Concerning to see you know me so well. Being a regular does have its perks. So, names. Let's start with the story first. You love those, right? You know it. I'll spare you the details of my journey to Borkham. Though I didn't miss the chance to make some extra money along the way. Even though I was right, even though I was the right woman for their jobs. They helped me with the quest, too. I squeezed a good description of the renegade parents out of some red doom merchants who was in deep dispute with Blue-Crowned Elephant. I'd love to hear that story, actually. Not my problem. Asking a couple of pointed questions got me to the inn the deadbeats were staying at. Problem with people is can't exactly kill them in broad daylight. With monsters, you'd be thanked for doing so. But with people, you gotta be patient. So I did what anyone would have done in my situation. I posed as a tour guide. And they believed you? Sure did. Ingo was right. Your drinks are great for pulling scams. Happy to hear that? I offered them a tour of the nearby Wadden Sea. I led them to an area I knew was shunned by actual tour guides because of unpredictable tides. Gave them a spiel about how a battle of the Order of the Starlight took place there. Yada yada yada. Pretty soon their eyes were glued on some starfish playing in the mud. It was the perfect opportunity to get it over with quickly. Obviously I wasn't going to kill them just then. They needed a chance to run, but I had to scare them first. I raised my spear right above my head and was about to go for a warning strike when I heard this zinging sound. I deflected the knife that was flung my way at the last second, and it shattered against the ground. All three of us turned and saw this cloaked Echo reaching for another knife. He had his hood pulled up, knives and daggers strapped all over his body. Even the air seemed to grow darker around him. Looked like a real shadow bane. I trained under them. Impressive. Those deadbeats thought I was protecting them from him. Should have seen the look on their faces when I said I was there to kill them. Turned back, wanted to refocus my warning strike, when I was interrupted by a simple stop. It was said in a deep, raspy, incredibly fake voice that sounded like some sort of proper degenerate. Like the two bums thought we were fighting about who'd get to kill them. Their approach to such situations was to immediately try to bribe us, so I told them to shut it. They asked me what I wanted then, if it wasn't money or words. So I turned to our little shadow bane and asked what he wanted. He just stood there quietly. Couldn't blame him. There's a little scarier than your parents. So you helped him with the decision? Not exactly. I walked over to him and handed him my spear. She said, "This is your choice. Make it." Felt like she was passing me some of her courage onto me. He stepped forward, my spear in his hands, and took it off his hood. I'll spare you the details. They recognized him, of course. They had the audacity to act surprised. Surprised is one way to put it. When they talked, they sounded so like they thought I died. You could have. They left you. I wanted to say something. Anything. Yell. Tell them to get lost. Scream at them for what they'd done to me, but all that came out was, "Why did you leave?" Their silence went on for so long. It would have been longer if those tides hadn't come rushing in. You did kind of walk into that one. Kind of. Luckily, I was quick. Got all of us up on some muddy rock that the waves couldn't reach. How long were you up there for? A couple hours. Left us a lot of time to talk. Did you? Yes. A lot. For example, did you know the primordial flood was caused by the Pyre erupting? The Pyre? You mean the biggest volcano in all of Australia? Nestled right in the Leviathan's domain. Yeah, apparently it erupted and then collapsed. Covered over all the primordial sea in ash and set off a tsunami. It should not be doing that. No. You think a powerful magic was afoot? Probably not. What use is a great tsunami to anyone? Maybe they wanted to be wet? Probably not. Are tsunamis and their causes all you and your parents talked about? No. Mostly we talked about the leaving thing. They said not a day went by where they didn't regret what they'd done. I asked why they didn't come back then. They didn't have an answer for that. Mom said she was proud of my knife throwing skills, though. Never thought they'd apologize. They owned up to all of it, as awful as it was. Hadn't planned for that. They wanted to make up for everything and be a part of my life. They also said it was up to me and what I wanted. What do you want? A family. Is that stupid? No. No, it's not. So you forgave them? No, not yet. I have to see if they actually mean what they say first. Fair enough! Fair enough, because, like, if the kid that you thought you abandoned suddenly shows up with like mad murder skills, yeah, I'd try and bluff my way out of it too. And you know what? Fair enough. Make them earn their way back. No, that's fair. That's more than fair. They should earn their way back. They abandoned you. They should earn their way back into your good graces. Can't trust them right now. We don't really know each other anymore. Also true. You haven't seen each other in, what, over 20 years at this point? Because they abandoned him when he was 7 and he's at least in his 20s now. So it's like he hasn't seen them in over 20 years at this point. So yeah, no, they don't know each other anymore. But, fun fact, you can still have a family. It doesn't have to be with your bio family. You get 2 families in life. You get the family you're born into, and you get the one you choose. And honestly, the one you choose is a little bit more important to you. You have no control over the family you're born into. Sometimes the one you're born into and the one you choose overlap. But not always. Sometimes you're born into a terrible family, and you can choose to find yourself a better one. I know people personally who were born into a pretty terrible family. I wasn't. I was born into a pretty good one, but I know people pretty personally who were born into a pretty terrible family. But hey, they chose a better one. So, it happens. Who knows if we'll get along. But they did say they want to get to know me, and I think I might like to know. And I think I might like that too. They're just so different. It feels like I'm angry at people that don't exist anymore. You're allowed to be angry. It's fine. Even if they changed, they hurt you. Neither forgiveness or forgetting. Well, I mean, I would say forgive, but like, here's the thing. People pair forgive and forget together quite a lot. Like, they think those two go hand in hand. They don't. You can forgive, but not necessarily forget. Right? Like, it's actually something I took away from one of my pastor's sermons back in Maryland, was like, the way he put it was like, you know, if you lend a friend like a DVD once or twice, you know, and like they return something that you lend to them in bad condition, you know, the first time, sure, you forgive, you forget, you move on. The second time, okay, sure, you forgive, you forget, you move on. But if it continues to happen, it's like, okay, I can forgive you for destroying something that I lent to you, but that doesn't mean I'm going to lend it to you again, because every time I lend you something, it comes back in worse condition than when I lent it to you, which means you don't respect things that I lend to you, and I'm not going to forget that. So, do I forgive you for messing with stuff that I lend you? No, yeah, sure, I forgive you for it. Absolutely. I forgive you for destroying the DVD or whatever that I lent you. But you know what? No, I'm not going to forget that you destroyed it. So when you ask to borrow my hat, no. No, you don't get to borrow my hat. No. Because you're going to return it destroyed. No. So it's like, you know, you can forgive without forgetting. That they're not mutually bonded. You can forgive and be like, yeah, I forgive you for returning my things in bad condition. But that doesn't mean I'm gonna trust you to take care of my things again. I'm not dumb. I'm just not. I'm not gonna give you a chance to do it again. So it's like, you can forgive them for leaving you. You can forgive them for abandoning you. But that doesn't mean you have to necessarily forget what happened and move on. That doesn't mean that you have to necessarily be like, oh, well, they're changed people now, it's fine. No. You can be like, I forgive them for what happened. But doesn't mean I'm trusting them or letting them back in my life. Just means I forgive them. I'm not letting them hurt me again. It's not mutually exclusive. It's not. They're not, I should say they're not mutually bonded. Most people think they're mutually bonded. They're not. It just feels unfair. Like I'm harboring resentment for ghosts. I mean, that's fair too. But I'll try to be honest with them. I owe that to myself. Plus, Jade threatened to decapitate them if they ever hurt me again. Okay, that's also fair. They'd stand no chance. None. Could I have a drink now too? Sure. What you want? Let's trade. Right. A secret. No, a name. I assume Jade didn't know you as Kumo because your parents didn't call you that. Correct. What did they call you then? I'm not. I'll trade you my name. Just give the guy a drink. Your first name. Those are quite precious to Merida, right? Very. See? It's a secret for a trade. I'm listening. Ulissa. Beautiful name. I don't respond to flattery. But thank you. It's definitely better than mine. Yours fits you. It does not. If you say so. So, not Ulissa. What would you like in exchange? No. Maybe something that'll stop me from choking on my words. In case I have to do more of this emotional thing. I've definitely got something for that. Hopefully you will, because hopefully we're gonna run into Fable and Mally. Right? Hopefully Fable and Mally come running through that door any second. That's what we want to see. Any second now, Fable and Mally come running through that door. There you go. Here you are. Some fluid emotional vulnerability. Tastes a lot better than it sounds. Feels a lot better too. Maybe. I still need to call you something else though, if Kumo is out. It is. What have you got for me then? I don't. I'm running out of names. Jade, can I? Nope. My name. Fine. How about Dave? You know what? Sure. I'll go with that. I'm proud of you, Dave. For everything you've gone through and for choosing what's right for you. Thank you. You. Do you need a hug? Maybe. May have already gotten one from Jade. Speaking of me, I've got to go. Want to check in with Grace and her goons. See you around, Airboy. See you around, Ulissa. What about you? Care to linger a little longer? I need some time to think all this over. Maybe even feel it too. Is Fable back yet? No. I think cheesecake would make for a great distraction right about now. No. I thought maybe you ran into them on your way back. I didn't. So Mally isn't back yet either. No. Afraid not. Cool. Great. Guess I'll talk to Cyrillin. Your parents? Maybe. Do you think they still love me? I don't know. I hope they do. I hope they'll love you well, but I don't know. I do not know that other people love you, and that if your parents fail to live up to what you deserve, you won't be loved any less. I'd like to believe that. Sometimes I just think, even if my own parents could leave me, anyone can. You know why Fable took that quest, don't you? Because I know why Fable took that quest. They took it for you. And for Melly. I mean, it's an inside thought, but still. Don't measure your worth by the actions of other people that hurt you. Nothing good can come of that. I'm very thankful to have met you. Anyway, I'm also part of the night, or whatever, so I must go. Farewell. See you soon. Okay, well, I was hoping Fable would come waltzing in, but we have no Fable. Well, Fable's barbecue is supposed to be tomorrow. At this rate, it doesn't look like they're going to be back for it. Melly! Innkeeper, supplies! Nice to see that you're back. Is Fable with you? No? Should they be? They were looking for you. They weren't a very good detective then. I'm happy to see you're well, Mally. Everyone's been very worried about you. Why? I'm great at taking care of myself. You are, but where have you been all this time? Investigating things, obviously, like the flood. My investigation led me to Morley. Or more like they did. Nico, Voy, and Hex, I followed them to Morley. They were talking about mysteries and puzzles, and I'm trying to solve a mystery. So, I couldn't let the opportunity pass me by. You're lucky. People usually pay a lot of money to spend time with me. Why? Because I'm, like, famous? But I didn't go there because of you. I was following clues. Okay. I stayed outside. My case isn't about a wizard. Not this time. Where's Hex anyway? Yeah, you know, doing wizard things. Like arson? That would have been fun. But instead he chose to study. He immediately wanted to check out the spells we found. Though he seemed pretty disheartened. How come? Not sure. I guess he didn't find what he was looking for. Maybe because the world's greatest treasure was already traveling with him. What would that be? Me? Never mind. He told us to keep an eye out for any time magic razzle-dazzle. But we found nothing. Yeah, because he's looking for a way to extend his sister's life. At least you managed to get inside and return safely. Yeah, the way there was easy peasy. We got there thanks to Nico pushing off a shape-shifting trick and pretending to be a merchant. I stole some guy's coat and face and used his reputation to secure us a boat ride to Morley. Said I wanted to meet with a real estate agent for the Morrigacy to buy the island. I told them to pick us up in a week or so, but by then we'd be far gone. What happened once you reached the island? I'm quite intrigued. Before we tell you anything, I'd like a drink. Something that goes down well with honey. Will make my poetry flow like a wild river. Nothing easier than that. So you definitely want something with honey flowers then. And high charisma. Yes. There we go, 1,000 wins. Yeah. Some honey for those vocal cords. Enjoy. Ah. That's what I'm talking about. Amazing! Can we move on to the story now? You got somewhere to be? Nah, but I'm getting bored. We got to Morley, an island so small it's basically the tower's wild backyard. As I walk between the crystalline roses, I expect to see secret passageways hiding behind every corner. I almost brought you back a rose. Why didn't you? I thought you wouldn't like it. I would have. Oh, okay. That's, moving on. The tower itself reached so high, I thought it might be reaching out to kiss the moon itself. I love roses. Love roses! It was really tilted. About 5-degree angle. I measured it with my paws. The bricks are still wet. I'm sure the tsunami took its foundation. I would think the waves would have done us a favor and knocked down the door, but no. That locked door was the first challenge. Inko's lockpicks broke. Seemed like a skill issue. Broke? Skill issue? Bro, the door ate my lockpicks! Ah, a door mimic. A classic first step to securing your establishment. You talk like you've seen one before! Have you tried to open my door when the inn's closed? No. If you do, don't use any lockpicks and take care with your fingertips. So, how'd you get inside? By charming it. X forgot his spellbook, and I couldn't get the arcane unlock spell to work. And obviously, it wouldn't let us in just like that. So I decided to play the mimic a tune. Yeah, that was amazing, bro. Your fancy tunes are the goat. I was nervous. I'd never played in front of a mimic before, so I was unsure. So I wasn't sure what their taste in music was. I decided to play something emotional, something that would melt its metaphorical heart. A song of woe. Who would have thought it would literally melt? Yeah. I began playing the first tune, and the lock started weeping before I could reach the chorus. Tears were streaming down its face. And as if they were very hot or made of acid, the door melted away. Afterwards, the lock lay in a puddle of wood, sobbing and thanking me for my performance. That's not a very sturdy lock. It just sounds very in touch with its emotions. We stepped over the door's remains and into the tower. It was so much taller and bigger on the inside. It was a TARDIS? Like a pocket dimension. So freaking cool. So it was a TARDIS. Cool. Except the tower can't really fit in your pocket. But Hex walked ahead. Guy was really distracted. He didn't even listen to my poem about the symbolic relationship between axe and door. For a long time, we didn't encounter anything. Just a long hallway. No doors, only a bunch of strange paintings. Of course, most hallways can't go on forever, so eventually we reached a staircase. After what felt like 5.5 minutes, eternity! Meanwhile, I was outside investigating the flora and fauna. Everything was very peculiar, like it was all from another world. The colors were different, very blue, almost spectral. And there was a lot of spider webs, or yarn. Not sure which! Suddenly, the ground shook, almost knocked me off my feet. Who could have guessed there were pressure plates on those stairs? I wasn't paying attention and was too careless. One wrong step and the pressure plate triggered an explosion, and conk! The whole staircase began crumbling down into a pit of nothingness. Bit by bit, starting from the bottom. I rushed upwards to safety, away from the weird wizard abyss. I stumbled, and if it hadn't been for Hex, I'd be mush. He grabbed my hand and pulled me up, but he wasn't really the strongest, so we almost tumbled down together instead. I figured I couldn't just leave them to fall to their pathetic destiny, so I zoomed down to grab Hex by his collar and pulled them both up. Pulled both him and Voy Boy back up. Thank you for saving us, Nico. No problem, Voy Boy. Don't get used to it. Didn't you expect a trap like that? After all, a great wizard would want to protect their treasure. I guess we were a little distracted by all the gold hanging from the walls. The staircase ended in a wondrous library with a spiraled endlessly higher by the tower's inside walls. We lost Hex at the bottom in the first row of books. A lot of them were drenched. Didn't seem like the tower was waterproof. There was still a primordial water dripping from somewhere above. We couldn't make out the ceiling. Tried to reach it though. The second story of the spiral staircase library had 3 paths leading away. Each path ended in a door. All 3 doors were closed and marked with runes or paintings or rusty old locks. I got sucked into looking at the library's beautiful murals. Each of them depicted a different story. One of them was a mosaic of mirrors. That one was my favorite. Watching Hex look at books was like reading a thriller. Almost every second book was rigged with a trap, but he figured out the pattern quickly. Something Fibonacci, and I don't know, man. Once I was able to pry myself away from the murals, I started looking for spell things. I knew Hex was most interested in those, and you help where you can. I didn't. I mostly looked at the small treasures lying around. The wizard had this real cool staff with like a chonker of a gemstone embedded at the top. Imagine the damage I could do with that. But I almost found something else that was really cool. Here, take a look. Bottle. Cool. It's dope, right? What is this? A weather jar, duh! It shows what the weather is. Like, in another realm. I see. Let me guess. Avalon? I knew you'd get it. I found some spell scrolls. One of them had golden runes on it. Hex liked that one, but he didn't love it, you know. Then nestled between a few red velvet armchairs, I found a glass case. It had a golden frame and a scroll placed inside, neatly in the middle. The scroll was floating, and all that. I knew Hex was looking for more spells, so I called for him. As soon as I mentioned an oddly floating scroll, he came sprinting upwards, staring at the glass case. He already had another scroll tucked into his coat. Honestly, I was expecting him to be carrying half the library at this point. But I guess that would have been far too heavy for him. Of course, the stupid glass case was also a puzzle. He had no lock. No lid, none. No nothing. Just glass in a gold frame. The scroll itself was glowing, a promising blue. I suggested breaking the glass. Hex gave me his finest death glare. So he investigated the puzzle himself. While they were doing boring side quests, I made sure to stuff my pockets. Found a jeweled silver paperweight shaped like a bird that'd make for a great blunt weapon. Hex was too scared we'd destroy the scroll by triggering another contraption, so he suggested we look around in the adjacent rooms. The riddle doors? Hex only had to look at them for a mere second before figuring them out. Apparently, all of those murals in the ruins were referencing a story hidden somewhere in the library. So he made us search for it. It was tricky. We didn't want to trigger the book traps after all. It was like the library knew what would tempt us the most. I kept seeing books about forgotten songs, rare instruments, and romantic poetry. And I saw books about bludgeonry and fraud. Even had to tackle you to the ground one time so you wouldn't blow us all up. Who can resist a good scheme? It was kind of exciting seeing Hex hop up and down on the stairs, looking for the right books. The first password was password. The second password was passwords pass the password. And the third one was passwords pass the passwords password pass. You wish, but no. It was 1, 2, 3, 4. Easy crack! Good for you! The first room was an alchemy lab, full of apparatuses that I'd never seen before. Most of the liquids had gone dry, but Hex insisted on taking whatever was left along with us anyways. Wouldn't let me taste anything, though. The nerd was more interested in the study, hidden behind the second door. He was really determined to crack all of the old wizard's mysteries. We helped where we could, but listen, I only have like 3 brain cells. The soundscape of the tower was kind of depressing. Silence broken by the dripping of water and the creaking of old wood. So I sweetened it with a song. It was very easy to get into the flow with the bomb music of Voyo. Thank you. Hex didn't find the key to the glass case, but he at least found a blueprint showing how it was built. Maybe he can find out how to open it using that. That'd be nice. He was pretty beaten up about everything, though. Yeah, couldn't find what he was looking for. Not even in the third room? No. That one was a gem. Didn't know wizards worked out. Maybe it was just a distraction from the hidden vault. A hidden vault? Anything good in there? Oh yeah, more than our arms could carry. They're a bunch of artifacts, most of them probably cursed. Which makes them even cooler. But Inkeep, you don't even know the funniest part yet. Enlighten me. The whole time the wizard had a spare key to the tower under the doormat. Oldest habit of all time, and we didn't even think about checking for it. I did! Oh, but I wanted them to find it for themselves. When they left the tower, I was at the beach with Jade. She had arrived a while ago to pick us up, and I was teaching Onyx new tricks. She helped us leave all the loot on her boat. We couldn't take everything with us, so we decided to head back there again another day. There's one thing that doesn't make sense in this equation, though. And that would be Inko, Voy, and Hex traveled alone. Well, except for me. They're still away. Yet I found a fresh set of footprints by the coast before Jade ever arrived. Like there was a fifth person on the island. Maybe someone was there just shortly before us? We didn't even notice. Just like we didn't notice Melina. Oh, I'm sorry for staying hidden for so long. Don't apologize. I think it just proved your skills as a detective. We've got a lot to learn from you. What a story! I can't wait to share it with Archie. I'll be on my way now. Got to check up on Hex and make sure he didn't accidentally take a book mimic for home. You coming with, Nico? Sure thing. So long, Innkeep. Goodbye, Innkeeper. Don't miss me too much. I'll try not to. Now it's just you and me, Innkeeper. Indeed. I'm glad you're back. You're making it sound like I was lost or kidnapped. I was just investigating. Without telling anyone? I don't need to tell anyone where I'm going. People care about you, Melly. They get worried if they don't know where you are. Oh. I'm not used to that. But I care about people too. Like you. That's good to hear. Millie! Hi, Aura! Hi, Dave. Oh, that name is so outdated. You're back. I am. Did you miss me? I did. I was just very worried. What? You called me Melly. What about it? You've never done that before. I'm sure I have. You've even said you'd never call me Melly. I'm just glad you're back. Welcome back to my tavern, Dave. That's a cute one. Yeah, I got it on my last quest. Dave, you made a good choice. I also went on a quest. Well, at first I wanted to find the moon swamps. You know, the mysterious magical swamps that is said to be magically hidden and only appears on foggy but starry nights. I heard they're somewhere in the moon swamps near the portal to the Twilight Chasm. And did you find anything? No. I did find some weird waymakers made of bones, but they seemed to lead somewhere. They had "Do Not Touch" written on them, and the paint even seemed fresh, so it looked like a perfect clue. But then suddenly there were there were just gallons of water everywhere. Luckily, I got away quick, and since I was already there, as Phasia's best detective, it was my duty to discover the origin of flood's origins. Well, at first I was more of a stowaway than a detective, and I couldn't figure out what. Don't storm off like that ever again, do you understand? I was so worried and no one knew anything about your whereabouts. Now. What? I I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have yelled at you like that. It's just, I haven't cared about someone in so long. And with you and Fable both suddenly gone, I didn't know what to do. I thought you didn't care. After you went away, even though I asked you to be more careful, I thought maybe you didn't want to be my trusty assistant after all. So I went to investigate alone. I'm sorry for leaving. It's alright. I'm used to people leaving and not coming back. I do care, Mally. I'm just kind of new to this whole honesty thing. I'm kind of new to this whole empathy thing. Yeah, well, I figured. If you'd like, I could fix a drink to help you find your words again. I don't know if I'm up for trading another secret in exchange. It's on me today. You've got enough to worry about. So let me see what I can do for you. Something heavy on charisma. I'd like charisma and brains for him. That'll work. With a dash of inspiration? Sure. Charisma and brains with a dash of inspiration. Sure, why not? There we go. Enjoy your magical liquid eloquence. Doesn't taste half bad. This might actually help. So, your quest. Jade said you started on Morelai. Yep, I followed 3 very suspicious looking fellows and somehow ended up on that island. Why do I always run into wizards and magic when I'm out on adventures? And traps. Magical traps everywhere. Sounds very dangerous. Well, detectives always seeking thrills. I'll make sure to be more careful. I promise. It's not about that. I know you know how to take care of yourself. Otherwise, you wouldn't have solved the T-Rex case. But don't keep putting your own life at risk in exchange for quick adventure. Luckily, nothing major happened this time. This all could have ended very differently. I know. All I'm saying is, don't disappear again. Please. You're not alone anymore. You don't have to do everything all by yourself. like you're one to talk. Oh, do we side with Melly or Dave? I mean, he did. They did leave her, but a lot has happened to them since they left her. Like, a lot has happened. Like, they both have a point right now. Right? Like, they both have a point right now. I'm gonna side with Melly at this one because Dave did leave her first. But that doesn't mean you shouldn't listen to him as well, Melly. Thank you. You're both guilty. This is true. They are both guilty, right? Because Dave did leave Melly first. But he's changed a lot since leaving. In fact, leaving Melly might have been what kind of made him realize how much he needed not just Melly, but also Fable in his life. So, and in fact, Fable is what made him realize he wanted to be around Melly and Fable a lot more. So, yeah. Yeah. But you two have also made a lot of progress already. And I'm glad both of you made it back safely. Heard anything from Fable yet? No. Not yet. What about Cyrilyn? She came back after the flood. Currently, she's investigating some undead sightings in the Pale Woods. What? Do you know when she'll be back? No. But the two of you can wait here for her if you want. Yes, please. I want to stay until Cyrilyn gets back. Alright. I'll keep you company. How about I spice up your wait with another drink? I'll pass. Oh, but I'd like one, please. Of course. Do you want anything specific? The whole adventure was pretty exhausting. Maybe something to combat my mental tiredness. Nothing easier than that. She wants a thinky brainy head. One peak sunrise for the little girl. One peak sunrise for the young lady. There you are, miss. Let's see if this will wake you up again. Oh, thank you. This is delicious. I can feel my synapses connecting. You know, now that I've had some time to think about it, I think I figured out why Hex was so bummed out about the loot. Care to share your insight with us? But of course, he has a younger sister, right? Which always struck me as odd. She looks so much older than him. So what if she just ages faster than he does? And he expected to find some very special loot in that wizard tower. but he didn't find it. So what if he was looking for something to extend her life? Like a scroll of immortality? What a foolish idea. Hey! Not you, Hex. Even if it's tempting, those are powers that no one should interfere with. Fair. Fair. Death hurts, but don't go messing with it. I agree. What if she turns into a zombie? I've had enough of them. Definitely. We should tell him when we see him again. Or maybe we should tell Cyrillin when she returns. She seems to be experienced in dealing with the undead. You think it'll be a long time before she gets back? I don't know. Could be very soon, but it could also take a few more days. You've had a long day. Aren't you tired, Melly? No! I'm not tired at all! Let's wait up for a little bit longer. Maybe she'll show up and fable with her. Sounds good. Did she fall asleep? Yeah. Maybe I should bring her home and wrap this up for tonight. That's a good idea. You should get some rest as well. I'll let you know if I hear anything about Cyrillin or Fable. Alright. There's not much for me to do otherwise. Except care for Melly. She needs you. Yeah. I think you might be right. Good night, Dave. Forget about it. See ya. So Melly fell asleep on the chair. On the chair or on the floor. Oh, wasn't this supposed to be the day of the barbecue? Everyone's coming back today. Yep, here they are. Welcome back. Good to see you both again. Hold your enthusiasm, innkeeper. We're bringing tales of disaster! Don't mind a little disaster in my tales. After all, you tell them so well. She really does. Well, maybe we should take him kind of Swedish. She really does. As do you, Clay. Thank you. I hope my stories are as good as your drinks. They are to me. Speaking of which, can I offer you a drink in exchange for the little insight into your disasters? That'd be great. Something that feels strong and magic-y, right? You remembered. Yes, that one, please. Coming right up. So he wants strong and magic-y. Sure, why not? Curse coffee. That's a new one. And we have shark's teeth that I haven't used yet. Sure. There we go. Something strong and magicy for you. Something tasty and strong, but hopefully not disastrous. Very tasty, very strong. You really got the best drinks around. Happy to hear that, Clay. Tia, you're bursting at the seams. How are the archives? Fun! Were they? Mayhaps. The bleak stalkers were... bleak? Cute. Cute. Very! Jay told us where to find the entrance to the archives. But when we got there, we found it surrounded by bleak stalkers. They were quite numerous, and so shaped. I decided to ask them if they could let us through, and I thought he might need some help with that. So I called on your honey flowers and extended my divine light to him. It made him glow softly, and they all flocked to him like moths to a gentle flame. Did you know they have velvet wings like that they fold into their bodies? I didn't. That's fascinating. They were so cuddly and showed off their clawing skills in exchange for carrots. I asked them if they'd like to be our tour guides, and they were so excited. They'd never been tour guides before, and at first I thought they thought it involved eating people. I might have acted a bit standoffish when trying to correct their misconception. Clay was able to convey the message much better. He's very good at explaining things. I think he really understands people, and it helps him meet them where they're at. I try to. Everybody has their own way of understanding things. I think that's beautiful. I envy your empathetic approach to life, Clay. Thank you. But you've got your own strengths. Like how you're a master of strategy. Or how you're so good at making people feel safe. I suppose we make a great team. The best I might say. Oh, we got a little bit of sparks flying over here. We got some sparks flying here. We made a great team with the bleak stalkers too. They led us right inside the archives, which were huge. Large parts of the Everbloom had collapsed, but even the explorable sections were unbelievably spacious. We had no time for a proper tour, unfortunately. We had to make it back in time for the barbecue, after all. That meant we had to be efficient during our search. Though we did take a break to admire the artist's hall, the creatures excitedly led us to. We found abandoned pottery equipment that distracted us a little too much. Using more time than was perhaps appropriate, we molded tiny versions of little critters as a gift for them. They loved them. Afterwards, we split up to overcome more ground. Each of us was guided by a group of bleak stalkers. A dangerous choice. That's when monsters get you. That's what Clay said, so I enchanted the friendship bracelets. Oh, they are wearing the friendship bracelets! Oh, look at that! That way they would always sense the direction the other person was located. So neither of us would get lost. It was so smart! It was very useful. I see you kept yours on. I did. They really helped with navigation around the archives, too. It's a beautiful place, you know. I mean, everything's overgrown with vines or withered and full of termites. But we could still tell how much care had gone into building it. Some of the tree branches still had leaves on them. And I saw a couple of stubborn lotus daisies trying to break through around the rocks. I taught the bleak stalkers how to water them. They loved drinking out of the watering can, but they also enjoyed sharing their water with the lotus daisies. Hopefully they'll grow stronger again soon. What a shame all the effort that went into building the archives was for nothing. But it wasn't. It meant something to someone once. And I could still feel that love in it, even during our visit. Maybe it'll even bloom again. It's called the Everbloom, right? Like forever? I wonder who named it. We should go back sometime and see if we can find any information about the archivist. I bet they knew some great drinking games. Perhaps we should honor their contributions by studying the knowledge they left behind. Why not both? They should be people first, symbols second. Oh, yeah. I guess both would work too. Good idea, Clay. What else did you find in the archives besides friends and the beauties of and horrors of time, I mean? I got a little distracted when I asked our new friends to point me towards the cooking section. It was so vast. I found so many new bread recipes. I can't wait to try out. I also found something for you. For me? Yes, a recipe from a book on mixology. First I thought about taking the whole thing, but it was a giant tome, and the bleak stalkers were so attached to it. So I ripped out the page that looked the most interesting. We thought it would fit your repertoire. I think it does. Thank you very much. As for me, I asked them to lead me towards the dangerous knowledge, and soon found myself in a hidden study. The bleak stalkers didn't want to go inside, like they were scared of its contents. So I rewarded them with some treats and ventured inside alone. Sounds like you got along with them rather well. I grew quite attached. Perhaps I could even call them my favorite animals. That means we solved your favorite animal quest! We did. They almost made me want to stay and waste more time. Isn't that strange? We definitely got something sparking over here. I mean, like, I think he's a little bit oblivious. But we definitely got some sparks flying over here. She's definitely sparking. I think he's kind of like, what? I am so glad you're happy. You got what you wanted. And she's just kind of like, yeah, I found me a little something in there. If you catch my drift. Not in the slightest. Time well spent is time never wasted. Perhaps you're right. I did have some time well spent. Anyhow, the study was a complete mess, full of scriptures, scrolls, and written ramblings that would be forbidden these days. A little exciting. And worrying. Oh, the papers I was able to translate spoke of the apocalypse, of the end of it all. There was research on the roots, the aether tree, and how to unbind them, written with shaking hands in faded ink. Was this more scholarly or like mad scientist type of research? Hard to tell. The lines tend to blur with blasphemy. Fair enough. Do you know a lot about the 803? Because Tia gave me a whole presentation about it. I wouldn't mind a refresher. It's a giant tree. Good start. A world tree. That means our world rests on it. In it, around it, somewhere. In it, mostly. Depends on who you ask. The dragons guard the tree because they created it. Maybe, but definitely because they care for us. And since we live in it, we should keep existing as it does. Because no one wants their house to crumble. A lot of people would get hurt if something happened to everyone's home. That's true, but luckily for us, damaging the aether tree isn't possible. It's larger than we could ever imagine. To us, it's really more of a concept than a tree. And the dragons defend it, despite their oath of neutrality. They're no easy foes. There is one way. The sigils of Alcalast. I'm sorry, the what now? The sigils of Alcalast. They're the key to destroying the aether tree, according to the scrolls I studied under the archives. Candlelight? Are they some sort of spell or what? More of a manual to a self-fulfilling prophecy. A way of breaking the cosmos in accordance with its own rules. For the tree to crumble, its foundations must be fractured. The 5 sigils of Alcalast represent the 5 dragons, each of which must be damaged to topple our world's balance. Only then can our cosmos reshape itself. The scrolls spoke of experiments for creating sigils. Unsuccessful experiments. That's reassuring. Not quite. They were only unsuccessful back then. Next to the notes of the old, I found others written on clearer, newer parchment with unfaded ink. Much of it was incomprehensible, written in languages I've never seen before. But various sketches of whales caught my eye, as did altered frostbite scrolls. That sounds unsettlingly familiar. I fear the starfall broke a sigil. By ripping holes in Cassiopeia's wings, it destabilized her flight. If she's damaged any further, time could be sent into disarray. Meanwhile, the tsunami, like I heard, didn't just plague the archives. The waves broke down the barriers between the primordial sea and the twilight chasm in ways never seen before. So that's 2 broken sigils? That's not good. What an incredible understatement! To witness one such sigil fracture would be anxiety-inducing enough. To witness one such sigil fracture would be anxiety-inducing enough. Knowing it has happened to 2 will keep me up for many nights. It's not 2. It's 3. 3. Alongside the notes, I found a map with fresh markings. All the names were outdated, but the intention was clear. Marked were the 5 interplanar portals. 30 years ago, their sudden appearance tore fissures into Gaia. I believe they were the first sigil. Ah, bad, right? Very. Who could have done this? I don't know. And why, of all things? If the Aether Tree collapsed or even shifted from its perfect balance, the destruction would end us all. Who would even want that? No one thinking rationally, that's for sure. They might have a good reason for it. Maybe we can talk them out of it? I doubt it. Me too. Whomever it is, maybe that's causing whomever it may be that's causing this, they only have 2 sigils left. Would be quite bad, right? Don't they say that waking the Elder Dragon will start the apocalypse? They do. I feel like there's too many ways to start the apocalypse. Maybe they're all connected, and waking will break the last sigil. Although, I'd like to think breaking all the sigils is indeed impossible. Because it's impossible to reach Torit in the spirit realm, correct? That's not exactly impossible. One can make it to the spirit dragon via the astral sea at the dawn of the dying moon. That's in 5 days, right? Yeah. But worry not. To reach such a specific location within the astral realm, very specific rituals are necessary. And Gaia's portals to Cassiopeia are indispensable. Said portal is located and safely protected by the Aperture, the stronghold of the Order of Starlight. And its rituals must be performed with the outstanding accuracy to withstand the treacherous astral currents. Only the highest ranking members of the Order are privy to this knowledge. And I guarantee you all of us would rather die than aid in the destruction of this world. If the rest of them are half as stubborn as you are, I think we're well protected. Exactly! That's good then. The rest is worse. What's bad is that we don't know who's behind us. Or why the dragons and the endless horizon, anyone would desire something so vile. I can already sense your next quest. But can I offer you a drink first? Your throat must be dry from all that exposition. I wouldn't say no to a drink. Perhaps something that will keep my mind intact, defend me from lunacy. I feel like I'm going mad. Say no more. You got it, girl. Oh, that's new. Not what she wants, but new. Close enough. Yeah, that'll do. And then we just go this way. No, no, no. Give me one more. There we go. One first snow. Done. A delicious defense against the absurdity of evil plots. Thank you. This makes me feel a little less conspiratorial. I needed a breather. You know, what else would make for a great breather? Fable's barbecue. Exactly. You're right. That would be quite pleasant right now. Oh, okay. So, I got some bad news for you. Fable wandered into the Twilight Realm, and nobody has heard from them since. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but I don't think the barbecue is happening today. Fable hasn't returned from their quest yet. Oh? What quest were they on? Finding Melina? But we just saw Melly on the way here. Perhaps they found another quest while out? Heroism can be infectious like that. Innkeeper, what kind of drink did you mix for them? None. Maybe we should go look for them. Maybe so. Please do. No one has seen them in days. And the last thing I said to them was, I'd hate for those words to stay the last. Please help me find them. Of course, I'm sure they could slay any monsters without us, but some extra hands couldn't hurt. But you'll have to deliver our apologies yourself. I'll slay that beast when it comes to it. Very well. But first, we must solve our urgent sigil problem. I feel like we're just missing one piece. Oh, hey, Kyle. How's it going? A piece of what? The cake? I'd like to order my usual cake, innkeeper. I don't serve cake. Never have. Oh. Maybe you should. Another delicious delicacy would be. Also, still no blood. No. The sorrow I'm feeling almost equals the grief I felt after the vampire glitter competition of 1389. Oh? I had run out of glitter. I could serve you one of my usual drinks to alleviate some of that heartache. Oh, that would be splendid! I'd like something to enhance my immortal strength. No shopping bag shall hold me back today. I'll see what I can do. Alright, so you want a strength. Yeah, cursed coffee, that'll do. There you go. One cursed coffee coming up. Here, with all the strength of a raging fire. Mysterious says the... Never mind, I'm done. I'm sorry. Thank you, dear innkeeper. My blood is boiling with euphoria. Any particular reason for your shopping trip? A very particular one, dear innkeeper. It is a matter of life and death. I must head out to purchase this wonderful sustenance known as comfort food immediately. Do you know what comfort food is? I haven't the slightest idea. But it's rumored to restore you mortals back to full health. Yeah. I'm afraid Rhea will perish should she not receive it. Oh no, what's wrong with Rhea? That sounds serious. Has she fallen ill? A fatal cause. Something called being in the zone. I assume it's highly dangerous. Oh, she's in the zone. Okay, never mind. No, she's fine. She has refused to move away from her drawing board for over a year now. I don't think it's been over a year. She even threw me out of the room upstairs when I offered her a blood pellet snack. How will her body handle another year without food? I have some good news for you. Rhea hasn't been sketching for a year. You guys checked in yesterday. Oh, how unfortunate. How fortunate. And for your legendary item, you should ask her about it. Generally, everyone has a different idea of what they consider comfort food. How wondrous! Easy cheesy bread. Easy cheesy bread. It's mine. It's really easy. It's just thickly sliced Italian bread with butter, garlic, salt, and mozzarella cheese baked in the oven at like 375 until the cheese gets all caramelized and bubbly. My family used to have it on Sundays with like pasta dishes like lasagna or spaghetti or something. It's easy cheesy bread. It's one of my favorites. It's really easy. Easy, delicious, and oh, so good. How wondrous. Though something tells me you should give her some time before you go back upstairs to ask. Bye. Call it intuition. I don't think intuition is a very good name, innkeeper. Wanna help me find a better one? Of course! I'll think of one. I'll think of one before next 80 years are up. Thank you. I shall remain for a while. And once I have acquired the correct comfort food, I will make sure my friend eats every last bite. Like a vampiric mother hen to her vampiric chick. I don't know. I didn't know there were vampiric chickens. There aren't. Do you know that for certain? Yes. I could have sworn the ones at my family's estate had fangs. Chickens can't develop teeth. And here I thought we were comrades in blood hunger. Chickens are still very fascinating all on their own. Did you know they have very colorful dreams? Oh, that's nice. I once helped a wild hen with her dream journal. I'll introduce you to sometimes. My favorite thing about chickens is that they purr when they're happy. What charming creatures. The more I learn, the more they remind me of vampires. So simple, so sweet and ferocious, yet their origin harbors one of the greatest mysteries of life. What comes first, the chicken or the egg? Chicken. The egg. Chicken. Not going to weigh in? I'm intellectually withdrawing myself from this conversation. But unlike this unsolved mystery, I do know how vampires were created. Sorry, I'm a creationist. I believe in chicken. God created the chicken. That's... Ugh. Would you mind elaborating? Weren't you intellectually withdrawing? As a cleric of Cassiopeia, humanity is a lifelong objective that I strive towards. As such, I must admit when I need to concede words spoken in haste. Which would be now, I suppose. Please, Kyle, would you mind expanding on what you just said? Yeah, I kind of missed half of that. Certainly. It must have been over 5 centuries ago when a scholar stole some of the immortal blood of the dragons. The scholar offered it to Queen Annabeth, who would become the vampiress monarch. I have never heard of Queen Annabeth. I think that was just the plot of a really challenging board game, Kyle. Oh, you're right! So then Mike was real after all. Mike. Yes, it's all coming back to me now. The first vampire that walked this world was the infamous Michal. But most of us call him Mike. He had a very close connection to the spirit dragon and his domain. Eventually, Mike struck a deal with Toad. In exchange for guarding the dragon's realm, he would get to live forever. But that didn't work out, I guess? Old Mike didn't read the fine print. The spirit dragon turned out to be a trickster. Toad turned him into a new form of undead creature, invulnerable to age and disease, but still weak to the blade. Blood was the only thing he could stomach to consume, and with time even sunlight became intolerable. Mike was no longer welcome among the living, but the dead didn't want him either. And that's how the first vampire was created. Fascinating. There's still so little known about the spirit dragon and his realm. Kyle, just how do you possess knowledge that's considered ancient by today's standards? What knowledge? The knowledge you just told us about? Ah! I stumbled upon it in Grimoire. In the Grimoire I bought the other day, at the local bookstore. Nope, that was a vampire romance book Lynn recommended you. Try again. Oh, but of course, dear Evelyn was such a historic fanatic. How could I not pick up on a few stories? That was one of her favorites. I still dream of her deathly beautiful countenance as she narrated tales until the intruders stopped screaming. Oh. She always told me the story of Pragmator Mike so softly. She would cradle a vial of his blood, and her tone would turn so reverent. A secret to share just with me, she would say. Uh-oh. I didn't mean to break that last oath between us as well. I'm sure we can help you keep this a secret, right? A secret between friends. If secrecy is how we can repay you for sharing this with us, then so it be it. Since you seem to have been very close to her, I wanted to let you know. We traveled past Morrow Castle on our way back. It looked awfully damaged. The destruction looked so fresh. If only we had passed by earlier. Clay even spotted a heavily armored silhouette a short distance away from what remained of the castle walls. Oh no, Evelyn didn't make it. We hurried over as quickly as possible, but the shadow was gone by the time we got there. It was only rubble. It was only rubble remained. Was my dear Evelyn unharmed? We don't know. The castle looked abandoned, like a ruin. My Evelyn, what horrid fiend could have inflicted such damage? She must have fought back fiercely. May her opponents suffer twice the damage they inflicted upon her. What I wouldn't give to know her safe. I think I need to go ask Ria about her comfort food. Ugh. Let's give him some time to come to terms with what he's just learned. Ah, you two are back. Greetings, brave adventurers. Great morrow, innkeeper. There seems to be more bones than usual with you, Scully. You observe correctly, my friend. They're wonderful parting gifts, aren't they? Sure. Care to bring me up to speed? Scully's in easier voice. I'm afraid I'll need a little more explanation than that. And you shall not be disappointed, my friend. You must excuse me. All this enthusiasm is just bouncing around inside my skull. Let us know when it hits a corner. I'll try to compose myself. This tale deserves the cracking of every last one of my rhetorical knuckles. Let us recount our tale properly, Dame Cymberlin. Hang on. I think I could go for one of your drinks first. That can be arranged. Something to keep my strength up. I didn't go to flex my muscles much during our quest. A good one might net you a story. No pressure, Lynn. Strength. Okay, cursed coffee it is. Why not? Sure, that'll work. One cursed coffee coming up, Lynn. There you go. A great drink for a great story. Aren't you lucky? I'd like to think luck has nothing to do with it. Perhaps not. I might have something else to cheer you up. Oh, Melly's back. Oh, relieved? Yes, so Fable's with her then. Like a great sword's been lifted off my shoulders. Is she alright? Yes. Though you might prefer to see for yourself. She and Dave left me their address to give you. Who? You know them. Right, got it. The only one person would fit such an uninspired name. They'd better have apologized to Melly or else. You'll have to find out the details for yourself. Just don't keep them waiting for too long. Don't need to tell me that. Fable isn't back then? No. Sure are taking their time. Feel like looking for them yet? No, they're capable. Just my patience is starting to wear thin. You had some to begin with? You're pretty chatty for someone with within great sword distance. Right. Can I interest you in one of my drinks as well, Scully? With an offer like that, my friend, how can I refuse? Perhaps something to enhance my aura. I would like to do the proclamation of this tale proper justice. Okie doke. That'll work. Sure. There we go. $1,000 wins coming up. Please enjoy. Oh my. Oh, they say manners maketh the man, but this drink alone has invigorated me plenty. I can almost feel the warmth of flesh on my bones again. A pleasure to be of service. Our quest was, confusing. Inspiring! My favorite flavor of quest. Not enough fighting, in my opinion. Felt like my muscles were wasting away on the way back here. But most important muscle of all received a superb workout. The brain. Metaphorically for me, of course. Don't really have one up here. I've been wondering about that, actually. No. We were not even going to get started on. We're not even going to get started on that topic. I do have to agree, my friend. Let's not get distracted. Although I would be delighted to share my theories with you, innkeeper. Let me know when you have an hour or two to spare. Or 5. And now, back to the task at hand. We started by making our way towards our westwards, though our progress was slow. Any complications? Yes, quite a few. Before embarking on this journey, I was woefully ignorant about the plight of the Phasmopharian farmers. Less than ideal weather conditions. The flood had ruined a lot of their crops. And now this pesky undead problem. I was stricken with empathy for their struggle. The least we could have done was offer up our means of transportation for any soul looking for a better life further north. So we switched carriages. 3 times. By the 3rd time we had gotten so far off course, it took us a whole day just to get back on track on foot. But once our hike was over, we did get to spend a wonderful afternoon with Dame Cerulean's cousin, Lady Danka. That was nice, I guess. The cousin with the undead snail problem, yes? Did you manage to liven up that garden for her? Sure did. Just had to set out some cabbage to lead them somewhere we wouldn't be damaging any crops, and with just one magnificent strike, truly a sight to behold. It was just some undead snails, no need to have gotten so excited. To match the excellent Lady Donica, To match the excitement, Lady Donica served us some positively delightful cups of tea. Better than any accompanying finger sandwiches were some new facts I had gleaned from observing the snails. Even lacking souls, they still displayed some pack behavior. They acted nothing like real animals, of course, but somehow I was struck with empathy for their plight. To unconsciously seek out a manner of instructional action. Despite the lack of anything to grant them a conscious, sorry, the voice, man, objective. Is there a more transparent yearning for purpose than that? My apologies. It appears what they say about the old age is true. You can't help but philosophize. You couldn't help but relate. In a way. One can't help but wonder whether any choice I make is truly my own, or just a postmodern reflex of these old bones. Perhaps even my thirst for knowledge. And your enjoyment of it seems genuine. Truly, innkeeper, you have a way with words. Just a lot of experience. Though that may be, my worries seem rather foolish now. I count myself as quite fortuitous that despite all my memory lacks, I can delight in learning it all again. Does it really matter, then, where such an urge comes from? Anyhow, my apologies, Dame Zierlin. I completely derailed our epic tale. Allow me to make up for it by continuing post-haste. We departed after that lovely cup of tea, and finally headed for the Pale Woods. Lady Donica provided us with a cart and a trusty steed, a cow with the most lovely temperament. Her name is Liselette. I made sure to greet the gentleman that passed us on our way to the woods. What a magnificent shadow armor he was wearing. Something about it felt oddly familiar. Perhaps it was my only hope that we would look as gallant as after our quest. Liselette valiantly took us to the edge of the forest, where maliciousness preempted the air. We breathed. What he means is it stunk, real bad. We left Liselette there. Sparing her this stench seemed like the right thing to do. And forth we ventured. Didn't take a long time to find what we were looking for. The place was crawling with them, which explained the smell. For some reason, the miasma didn't seem to bother me as much. Most respectfully, you don't have a nose. Oh, of course! Anyways. There was a veritable horde before us, an army of undead creatures shambling their way through the forest. One nod tree at a time. They were awfully interested in those trees, it's true. I was itching to tear into them. But remembering the plan, I stepped back with a hand on my greatsword. The crucial part of such a successful negotiation is that you don't go into it blind, so we observed. The undead creatures were displaying similar patterns to the snails. They weren't just stumbling around senselessly. They seemed to be following a pack leader, a representative that simplified things considerably. My first course of action was clear. I let Dame Cyrillin know of my intentions. Seemed reasonable enough. While I circled the group to get the leader at the front, she remained hidden in the shadows of the thicket. I walked up to the leader, another skeleton, making sure I displayed an open and respectful disposition. I suppose they were not open and respectful in return? Nope. Before I could even react, the skeleton had bitten down on Skelly's arm. Agony! Is what I would have said if I hadn't been protected by my frost armor and your excellent drink mixing skills. Anyway, always glad to hear that my drinks are protecting my clients on their quests. My friend, your drinks are astonishingly potent. Maybe too potent. As soon as the undead creature bit down, their teeth shattered upon impact. Their leader recoiled immediately. All the others surrounding us froze. The leader fell to the ground, cradling their face with their hands. Cautiously, when they regained composure, their expression was filled with joy. Still no idea how you can read the expression of a skull. They were actually quite expressive for a skeleton. I'm sure they do have expressions. You just have to get used to looking a little harder for them. Now you're just pulling my paw. I have no problem reading Scully's expressions. The mustache helps, though. So do the eyebrows. He has a beautiful smile. Now you're just making me blush, you rascal. Let's move on. The teeth shattering was quite worrying. It made me re-examine the bite marks on the trees around us. Particularly the bite marks here were quite a bit more shallow than what we'd seen in other parts of the forest, which means all those undead creatures had severe dental issues. The leader was so happy because the forest armor's chill was dulling their pain. The other teeth were also in truly poor condition. And looking at the behavior that seemed to be causing them severe pain, coupled with their hunger for trees, it became a never-ending cycle of suffering. It should never have gotten so bad. I asked them why they hadn't reported the issue to the necromancer. It was clearly starting to impact the fulfillment of their objective. That got them really heated. They tried to rip Scully apart again. But Dame Sherilyn skillfully resolved the situation with a bit of intimidation. Turns out, they didn't even have a dental. Sherilyn? I'm with Scully on this one. They had no benefits, nothing. They were just expected to be quiet and follow orders. That doesn't sound quite right to me. It's a scam, that's what it is. No sick leave, no compensation, no PTO. Then they didn't want to hear it. We're doing what we love. We don't need any fancy benefits. But they should have seen the state they were in. They could have taken a proper chomp. They couldn't have taken a proper chomp out of a tree's outer bark anymore. What would happen when their teeth deteriorated even further? Their necromancer would replace them with another undead creature in a heartbeat. That was when Scully really got them, I think. The words were just pouring out of my mouth, and I was elated they were the right ones. The light reflecting off the frost armor really dazzled them too. Any skeleton worth their calcium should be able to acquire such armor. They needed to be bound by such a neglectful necromancer. My apologies. It appears I somewhat lost my composure just now. You might soon be contacted to the host first of the UFU gathering innkeeper. Union for the Undead. UFU 1755. Never forget your roots. They're welcome to visit any time. I think they really want to improve their situation. Most respectfully, they promise to leave the Pale Woods alone as well. One of the UFU's goals is to find a more sustainable way to deal with their obsession eventually. They're headed for the Necromancer now. There are a bunch of demands to settle. They graced us with a great deal of parting gifts before we left. We got a Hullux that broke off one of them when they attacked Dame Sherilyn. Their leader gave me the teeth we couldn't put back into their skull. Oh, and this eyeball. I am overjoyed we managed to resolve our quest in such a peaceful manner. Can't deny your resolution was pretty effective. Good to know you're both happy with how it ended. Those are the outcomes I most enjoy hearing about from my patrons. Oh, but we did get you something else as well, Innkeeper. Right, here. The trees look really chewed on and dead. But the berries seemed like they were thriving. They're the ones Elfie was going on about. Not like they're here to appreciate them, so I guess you can have them. Just set them aside to make Fable a drink when they're back. Sounds fair. Also, while I was plucking the berries, the spirits of the trees gave us a little keepsake. Because they were so glad we stopped all that gnawing. Sadly, I don't have any more storage space left in my hat. So we wanted you to have it as well. Now we can always indulge in sweet memories whenever we visit. Okie dokie. I think I know just the place for it. Thank you very much. Scully, you ever thought about becoming an advocate for this kind of stuff? Not that I can usually stand them, but you seem to really care about all this. Oh no, but I'm but a mere heap of bones here to learn all I can. But it is a gentleman's way to speak out when evil is committed in front of you. So I don't suppose I'll stop doing just that anytime soon. Sounds good to me. I still wonder what all those undead creatures were doing there. No idea. We didn't ask. Hunger? Seemed to be headed north before we talked to him. Maybe they were searching for more trees? The Pale Woods is one of the largest forests in Phasia. I don't see a reason for them to leave the area before it was barren. Unless they were ordered to. Don't they typically come with a necromancer attached? You don't suppose that gentleman we encountered outside the woods could have been that very necromancer? I don't think farmers wear armor like what you described. Oh, if I'd known what that dastardly negligent was up to, I completely accidentally clicked out of it. I would never have offered them a greeting. All right, there we go. Ugh. Idiot. Just realized where they could have been headed. It's true, there weren't many woods around here that compare to the Pale Woods. But that giant wood in the capital must look pretty good to some tree-obsessed undeads. There might be tons more headed there even now. Oh, yeah, that's bad. Just to clarify, you believe hordes of undead creatures are marching towards the capital? Yeah, well, towards the roots would be my guess. I see. They're headed towards Themis to gnaw at the divine roots, as if to fell the ether tree? Precisely. Not that such an action alone could destroy the whole thing, but it would certainly do some damage. What in the are you talking about? As I just stated, someone's trying to destroy the ether tree. The starfall, the primordial flood, even the interplanar portals. It's all part of a big plot. Was that not clear? No. Oh my, well that's awful. And insane if it's true. Is it working? Unfortunately so. Or do you see stars in the night sky? I mean, there's one. There used to be more. And we don't know who's behind it yet either. Well? Sarah Lynn, Mr. Scully, the gentle person you greeted outside the woods. You thought he might be a necromancer? He certainly wore the armor of one. Did he seem like he wanted to kill everyone? Not particularly, though it can be hard to tell sometimes. Politeness and the desire for homicide aren't necessarily mutually exclusive. Necromancers resurrect dead things to make undead creatures? Indeed they do. So, Scully, you were resurrected, right? Do you remember anything about it? Well, I admit, at first I recalled very little from the start of my new life. I mostly stumbled about trying to remember my manners. But my memories, or rather the memories of my body, which I suppose are also my memories, have been getting clearer lately. Let me try to focus my thoughts. I believe I awakened in the archives, in the Everbloom. The Everbloom? Did you encounter any bleak stalkers? Why? I did indeed. They seem very hungry for my bones. Such interesting creatures. They remind me of the old intellect wombats. Do those beasts still roam Phasia? No. What are intellect wombats? Priorities, Tia. Scully, who woke you up? A gentleman of a fine age. I believe he was there to do research. I remember candles held over notes, scribbled papers, ink stains on fingertips. He must have found me near my friend's study. I remember I was looking for her when... After I awoke, I simply left. How rude and uninquisitive of me. I should have asked what he was researching. I could have helped. Be glad you didn't aid him. We found his notes. They spoke of the destruction of the universe. Did the guy from the woods remind you of the one in the archives? Now that you mention it, I wasn't conscious enough to recognize faces when I rose, but I knew the armor looked familiar. I think I saw it when I first opened my eyes. Metamorphically, of course. I no longer have eyelids. A necromancer is behind all this? Is he trying to break the sigils just to get to Torat, the spirit dragon, and the realm of death? Sigils? Are you perchance speaking of the sigils of Alcarest? My friend was researching them once. I always thought them a wild figment of her imagination. Seems they're not, unfortunately. The necromancers usually want to destroy Torret. No, but they do definitely defy his laws of life and death. Perhaps he craves access to all the souls the spirit dragon guards. Or he plans to destroy death once and for all with his provisions. But my dears, to destroy Turret, one must find him first. That in itself would be quite an impossible task, no? Not exactly. The spirit realm is well protected, but there are ways to get to him. Can you kill death? I don't know. But merely attempting it sounds disastrous. Miss Anwar, Mr. Moore, Tarot is the god of death. No matter how insane the necromancer, no one could possess a weapon powerful enough to fight a god. Only weapons made by dragons can harm them. We all know this. You mean like Earth's Great Axe? A weapon forged by the dragons? Forged for the dragons? By the dragons? Meant only for their claws? The axe. Ugh. It could certainly cut through the barrier between the astral sea and the upworld, if not through Torot himself. Would stealing an axe from a dragon count? Would stealing an axe from a dragon count as a sigil? Alright, you lost me again. I talked about this already. Keep up. I'll explain later. It might count as a sigil if it awakens or damages their plane. Should not be awakened under any circumstances, nor should their legendary weapon fall into the hands of a mere mortal. My, this is quite concerning. Yeah, I'm right there with you. This seems like too insane of a plot. Even for some big bad evil guy. They always seem to be reaching for new heights in their dastardly schemes. If we're correct, this one plans to steal Ur's weapon, break their sigil, and then destroy Turret. Dragons be with us. What about the undead creatures marching towards the capital? They must be a distraction, a way to keep anyone who would interfere off his back. Quite the dangerous distraction, if you ask me. Whoops. Those poor husks shouldn't be snacking away at the roots either way, should they? No. And the sigils of alcohol. Zest, you keep talking about. Could do what? Destroy the tree? The spirit realm rests above all others in the canopy of our world. If we believe this to be this monster's plan succeeds, it'll collapse down into the rest of the ether tree. Not only would that free all dead souls, it would destroy the tree, our home, our cosmos, and everything below it. It would destroy our world as we know it. Not to mention Torot might die. I don't even think I have to explain to you why death dying would be a bad thing. Is Hex behind all this? Is Hex behind it all? Because Hex is desperately looking for a way to keep his sister alive. Right? Hex is desperately looking for a way to extend his sister's life. And we're talking about a dude who is looking to kill death itself. So is this Hex trying to find a way to keep his sister alive? Once again, can he die? Wouldn't risk it. Though I believe this plot of his has to be limited somewhat, no? Perhaps to the transitional period between the astral moon and the dying moon. Only then would the veil between Cassiopeia and Torrent be thin enough for a ritual of such magnitude to succeed. Wait. What you mean is this can only happen between the night of the 35th of Cassiopeia and the 1st of Torrent. So it can only work for 4 days. Or next year. Precisely. I guess you can't have a ritual without unnecessary complicated rules. It is common courtesy. Clay, I've been wondering. Remember that man we saw on our way back near Morrow Castle? Yes. Do you think he might have been the same guy? I do. Strange armor sounds familiar, as does the convenient proximity to destruction. So, Hex was near Morrow Castle, right? And there was a point when the boys lost sight of him. There was a point when the boys lost sight of him. So, is it possible that this mysterious necromancer is Hex? And he is on a mission to kill the god of death, to stop death from being a thing, so that his sister will never die. I do. Strange armor sounds familiar, yeah. And even more so, that blood of the first vampire Kyle spoke of, part of the ritual to safely traverse the astral sea involves having an associated anchor for your destination. To find Torat, you need something connected to him, like the blood of a vampire eternally bound to him. Yes, maybe our villain got his hands on it. Perhaps he knows more of Cassiopeia than I anticipated. All of this out of context is giving me a headache. Innkeep, got another drink to spare to help me with this mess? Something powerful enough to get me through this. Anything for you, Lynn. Also, the exposition needs to stop soon. I am running out of air over here. I love you. I am running out of air over here, so this exposition does need to stop soon. There you go. One cursed coffee coming up. I put all the strength I have into this drink. Enjoy. I think you just put parts of my sanity back together. Thanks a lot. Anytime. So this madman, if he can get the axe, he can't kill the spirit dragon, right? Correct. Great. Let's stop him from getting the axe then. Great idea. I know. Now how do we do that? Well, first the necromancer needs to find it. For that, we'd have to get to Ur's realm. Thanks to the portals, that's entirely within the realm of possibility. One would simply have to journey through one of the portals to the Twilight Chasm, and then enter the endless caves through the Nightmare Realm. Nothing easier than that. Did Melly see some weird new Boneway markers near the Twilight Chasm? Portal in the Moon Swamps? Could they be there to remind someone, say, a necromancer, of the way to the portal? They could. Good. The moon pools are much easier to reach than Boraz. We should catch the necromancer before he ventures into the chasm, and most certainly before he gets the axe. Great. Let's go beat his... hold on! What if you don't succeed? I have faith in you, but he sounds powerful. How about a backup plan? I hate to say it, but you're not wrong. Thanks for looking out. Thanks for looking out for us. If we don't manage to stop him from getting the weapon, we stand no chance in a fight against him. Even your divine strikes would be no match, Miss Anwar. That's true. We would need an incredibly powerful weapon. Not sure if it's enough, but I do have this sword I got from my baba. Let me say it. This is remarkable craftsmanship, infused with minor divine powers. But I'm afraid even this cannot rival the great axe in capacity. What if it's mixed with dragon fire? What? What? Do you happen to have such a thing on hand, young lad? No, but I know where we can find some. The ever-burning flame in the highlands is dragon fire. The one you wanted to see, Tia. Now might be a good time for it. You're right. Dragonfire merged with Cerulean's blessed sword. It would be as powerful as the axe, but it wouldn't be as powerful as the axe, but it might give us a fighting chance. If we had a master craftsman to forge it, that is. Iria, she's a blacksmith. It would be great for her competition for sure. Yeah, my sword would get her first place, no question. I'll make sure to bring that up while trying to convince her. Thanks for the idea. Very well. I'm sure the master blacksmith, Frostgrip, will be delighted with this opportunity. Having her on our side makes me even more confident we can stop this necromancer's plans. So it sounds like we're totally getting into endgame. I have the utmost faith in us. And I know Aperture is the astral portal. Are well protected, even if we should fail. Though I don't believe we will. Because I know I'm strong enough to best this battle, and that Clay is as well. I know Clay's strong enough. Right, Clay? You're really strong. And the others too. Yeah, the others too. Right. But like, you especially. I'll be honest, I'm not sure if the 4 of you will be enough. Don't worry, there's a lot of people we can ask for help. Like you. Like me. Ask away. I knew we could count on you. You collect everything we talk about, right? I try my best. Could you write us up 2 quests for all of this? I think we should split our resources so we get backup plan going at the same time. Good idea, young man. Capital. Plus that'll give us an excuse to have your drinks help us. Not that you need an excuse, but I appreciate you following my rituals. I'll see what I can do. I should have something written up first thing in the morning. I trust in you as you trust in us. Deeply? Yes. Deeply, and with the knowledge that together we are stronger. We'll see you in the morning then. Saralyn, come with us. We owe you a few explanations before we make you do any persuasion work for us. You got that right. Let's go. I cannot miss out on more possible details. I shall see you in the morning, Innkeep. Thank you for all your help. Let's save the world, alright? Let's, Clay. Good luck. Alright, we've got some quests to make. So this is where we go Cyrillin's Greatsword. Right? Only a weapon forged with dragon fire. So these 3? No. Okay. So... Actually, let's go with the undead thing, right? The undead are marching towards the capital. And... the capital tree thing. Yeah. Oh my goodness, we have like 3 to do today? Alright, so hordes of undead is approaching the capital. Their insatiable hunger for the local flora leads them to exposed roots of the aether tree. And therefore, the capital of Themis, since it lies nestled in the safety of the roots, is a mere distraction, so the necromancer can fulfill his true plan. But the undead still must be stopped before they hunger for for flesh once more. Alright, so the enemy aims for the destruction of the aether tree. he needs the great sword of Ur to collapse the spirit. Those three? No. Okay. Only weapons forged with dragon fire can resist that. Cerulean's great sword. And forget the stranger. The Legend of the Great Axe? No. I'm pretty sure it's these two together. The wondrous plains of Ur can be accessed through the Twilight Chasm. The enemy wants the destruction of those three? Those three. Okay. World calamity is imminent, but there is one last way to save it. The only weapon strong enough to harm Torot and the Aether Tree is the legendary Great Axe of Ur, and the personification of evil awaits it desperately. But first, he must make it through the Twilight Chasm, and for that, he needs a portal. Sounds like a good location to stop him, right? Alright. So, this one. This one and this one? Yeah, okay. Those three. Only a weapon forged in Dragonfire could ever dream to hold up against the legendary Great Axe of Ur. Luckily, a temple in the Highlands houses the ever-burning flame, an ancient gift from the dragons that'll come in handy about now. And what better sword to reshape with this flame than another gift from the Realm Keepers? An heirloom passed down to Cerulean with heroism scorched into its very essence. There we go. Alright. Closing time, and also time for me to call it a day. So this is where I'm going to go ahead and call it for today. I do have to get going. I've got to work on food for the family. I will be back tomorrow. We'll probably, by the looks of it, we're probably going to be wrapping this game up tomorrow. Which works. Tomorrow's Sunday, isn't it? Yeah, tomorrow's Sunday. So I would make this the last, the wrap-up game for the week. And then I don't know what we're going to do from there. I have no clue. But we'll figure it out. Anyway, I hope to see y'all back here tomorrow. I am live every Wednesday to Sunday, usually somewhere around 10 a.m.-ish to 1 p.m.-ish Eastern or New York time, whichever's easiest for y'all to Google. I hope to see y'all back here. Until then, have a great day. Bye, everyone.